company secretary at Guinness. She has now founded DFA Solicitors to scale her impact even further. A fellow of Wimboard and a passionate advocate for building lasting practices, legacies, please welcome Mrs. Abidemi Ademola. Please, let's celebrate our panelists once again. They have definitely earned it. And guiding this conversation is a seasoned legal professional with 15 years of experience across contracts, regulatory compliance, and company secretarial practice. She is known for her precision, leadership, and commitment to excellence. A certified business analyst and the group legal and company secretary of Steel Earth Holdings Limited, she is a leader who prioritizes both relationships and results. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, Mrs. Nwabwako Ebeleju. Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. I'm sure we're all ready, notebooks open, and eager to hear this because we have, just look at the panel that we have. So let's just be alert and take what we can take from here. Madam Moderator, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. Good morning, everyone, once again. So this session is going to be geared towards career development and about positioning women for career excellence. So we understand that building a successful legal career requires more than just technical competence. It requires strategic positioning, it requires visibility, it requires mentorship and the ability to navigate the professional ecosystems that shapes the leadership opportunities. So this session brings together, of course, as we have heard, distinguished leaders across the sectors of the legal profession. You know, we have our esteemed panelists from the bench, we have from the inner bar, we have from the corporate legal leadership, and we have from the law firm partnerships to share their practical insights on how women can intentionally build careers that lead to influence and leadership. So without further ado, building on everything that has already been said before now, we have a lot to learn from this session. And yes, let's be open to learning. Very quickly, we're going to be delving in. And we have heard the experience that our panelists bring. So I'll call it a buffet of experience. So it's now left for you to pick out your choice. Take what you want to do, you know. So take as much notes as you can take. In the days to come, in the months to come, the years to come, you definitely refer to it, and you'll see strategies, you'll see roadmaps, you'll see insights, you know, that can help you navigate your pathway. So when I was listening to the statistics, it's not encouraging. But not being encouraging is not enough. It's meant to spur us to action. It's a call to action for women. We can actually do more. So what are those things that are hindering us? We're going to be having questions, probing questions, and we're going to be tapping as much knowledge as we can tap, you know, from our panelists. So I'm going to be starting with Blessed Amongst Women. Mr. Etomi, Uncle George. You know, when I heard that he has almost 5 years, five decades of experience, 50 years. I just told myself, Wabaku, he started practicing before you were even born. You know? So I have a lot. He has evolved. He has, you know, over 50 years, about 50 years. Through the years, he has climbed and up to where he is. He is alive with doing all of this. So my first question, sir, will be to Mr. Etomi. You have built institutions. 50 years is no joke. And consistently created space, you know, for women to lead, even in the times when it was not the norm. From your perspective, sir, what will you say is a distinguishing factor from women who successfully position themselves for leadership? and long-term relevance from those who remain overlooked?
Thank you very much. And let me start by congratulating Windies and the NBA Lagos branch, my sister. When she was going to run for office and she came to me, I told her, give it a shot. And a lot of the stories I'll share with you are actually personal stories. So for speaking from my perspective, the issue of supporting women who are able is a no-brainer to me. And I look across this hall, I look at your list of mentors, and a lot of them have been women that I've worked with personally. And one just came out, and the others are looking at me because the journey, one just came out, and the others are looking at me because the journey of the SBL was anchored around very capable women. Now, my life story is I come from a large family, and I was born at a time where women education had very little priority. A lot of my father's colleagues trained their male folk, but ignored the women. But not my father. He ensured that my sisters got the same opportunities that we got. And I'm proud to say that today, my sisters are just as intellectually gifted and endowed as a lot of their male counterparts. And one thing that emanates immediately is an issue of inequality. And once you take inequality out of the equation, you begin to look at each other and collaborate for a larger good. So that's the background that I came up with. So the issue of discrimination is not in my DNA. But sadly, I can't say the same for a lot of my folk. And it is rooted deeply in our culture, where the male folk are believed to be natural place, and they're only to be supported by women, and women are supposed to be told particular place. They just sort of, but the moment they stepped in, I knew I benefited from their resourcefulness, because give it to them. Not only hardworking, they're loyal. Some of the most loyal people buy into this whole dream of where the SBL should be headed. And I recognize that one of the reasons many women went into corporate in-house work was this, what we just described. A position that would allow them juggle all these things they had to juggle. They were excluded from mainstream NBA activities. I felt the NBA was losing out. If one of our aims is to specialize and get this profession to where it should go, we needed that pool of talent. So I went out of my way to woo corporate counsel. And today they form one of the strongest backbones of the section of business law. And I think the wider NBA is beginning to recognize it. All your sponsorships are coming from them. They are beginning to feel that they can participate. And by the way, many young lawyers today see a pathway, because they now see that the world is their oyster from anything, because the legal profession is such that just about any human endeavor is underpinned by the law. So when you go to and qualify from university and get called to the law bar, you've just scratched the surface. Most of the things you do, you may not even have learned formally in school. And if you don't give yourself that opportunity to adapt, you will just be stagnant. And I see many women in my class who were so brilliant that I respected, caught in this quagmire that I just mentioned. And when we look at ourselves almost 50 years post-call, I just said, look, some of these women could have done a lot better. So I just hope that this International Women's Day, we all just have a rethink. There's a golden opportunity in front of us to reshape where law goes. But please, I'm not saying be obnoxious. I'm not saying be virulent. I'm not suggesting that you become rebels in your homes. Please, I hope that's not my message to you. The only thing is just insist that your talent should be recognized. And
Absolutely.
I believe that male...
Absolutely. What a powerful way to start the panel session. That was loaded, very loaded. I'm sure we are taking notes. So I picked that, about the issue of inequality being stereotyped. Let's not internalize it. When the NBA chairman was talking about it, let's not dwell on it. Oh, they're always relegating me. Oh, I'm a woman. Oh, they're looking down on me. No. take the bull by the horn and move. I also learned from what he said, collaboration. All through what he spoke about collaboration. The desire must be there to rejig. He identified this, a gap. He stepped up, and it took strategy. It took time. It also took a lot of intentionality, and persistence paid. That was what I picked. I hope you also picked something. He mentioned something key. He said, if you are not relevant, you will not grow. There is a book I'm reading currently, one-page marketing plan. There is a power phrase that I picked from that book. You have to stay updated or you get outdated. That is it. You must always stay updated or you get outdated. So, in the same line, we're going to be moving to Mrs. Abimbola Ademola. Abidemi, I beg your pardon, Ademola. Mrs. Ademola has gone round. I would say she's a full circle in-house leader. She moved from in-house, and then she retired, and then a founder, and now reinvention. Full circle. And we know what it takes to transitioning is not a joke. It's not a joke, but she has been able to do this successfully. Your journey reflects, that full circle career from in-house leadership to retirement, and then boldly stepping into entrepreneurship. Those who are into entrepreneurship know that that is also a different ballgame. So my question, Ma, what inspired that decision to continue building? And how does that even reflect your vision of, your vision of leadership, your vision of legacy?
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to say a big thank you before I answer your question to WIMBIS and the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. I'm a part of both institutions. Always introspect. So I said, no, let's give this a chance. We know that we are looked down on as you people don't do anything. You just cross your leg and sip tea and coffee in the office and all of that. But you have an opportunity now to show that that's not what you do, that you have value. So let's give it a try. And somehow, at some point in all of this, when they were going to start the corporate council arm of the SBL, I was called upon to lead it. So I started as the pioneer chair of the corporate council forum of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law. So thank you very much, Uncle George, for that opportunity. Now to the question. So the first thing is that I didn't go on retirement. What happened was that my mom was a distinguished educator, and she was a school principal. She was doing so well in her career and everything. And then as her retirement, the age of 60 approached, I saw that she just shrank. She started wondering, what was I going to do? And almost was going into depression. And I said, no, Mom, you are too good for this. You've done so many things in your career, and I know that is not the end. And I realized that my mom was not alone. So a lot of people, and I don't know whether this was, a women thing or it was across, when you're approaching retirement age, you start looking at, because at that time, sometimes you lose the relevance. People don't call you anymore. Nobody invites you to come and, So I told myself, I'm not going to have this, this is not going to happen to me. So I started planning my own kind of what you call retirement. But I know we had a WIMBIS, at the WIMBIS conference, it was called Protirement or something like that. So I started planning since a long time ago that at this point I would leave, because the goal was, I wanted to be legal director, company secretary. I had done that twice or thrice over. And I'm like, so what's next? I can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So I asked myself, I looked inwards, I looked at everything I'd done. I recall that when I did my MBA, I wrote a whole business plan about setting up my own law practice and all of that. So I went back to all of that, but the inspiration really came from my purpose, because my purpose is to always make a positive difference and to build a lasting legacy. So I looked at my purpose. I went back to, I'd written it down. So I went back to it and I said, how are you going to make your purpose come to life in your next season? Because we all have seasons of life. There are people that are just starting out. There are people that are like in the middle. There are people at the helm of their careers. And I'm not done. I'm just starting. I don't feel like, I've done, it's time to now go and sit at home and I've looked after my children. My children are, they're doing well. But that's not the life that I planned for me. And now in this day and age, children, you can't even plan with them because they have their own plans, right? All my children are adults and I know that I cannot plan with them. So I told myself, so what are you going to do? And then I went back to my purpose. I went back to all the things I'd written down. And I said, I also want to, how can I multiply my impact? And I told myself that what I want to do is to pour out everything I know. So over 3 decades of being a counsel, corporate counsel, what am I going to, if anything happens now, God forbid, I pray for long life and all of that. You don't want to die with all of that. You want to know that you've released it. Obviously, I've done it throughout my careers. There are women that have worked with me that have gone ahead to become their own, head of legal directors and in their own right. But I felt that there was more to do. So those were the things that went through my mind. And I said, okay, I'm going to set up my own practice. All the people that work with me, at least that's the starting point. Let me pour everything back into them. And I know that they will also pour back into other people. And somehow, this continues to spread.
Thank you very much for that, Mrs. Ademola. So I picked something again. She said when the opportunity came, she did not shy away. When the opportunity came for her to lead, she took the bull by the horn. She didn't shy away. And then constant planning, she had this constant introspection, looking inwards, going back to the drawing board. What has she written before? Visiting her initial plans, and then she mentioned something. She said, you have to identify your purpose. So just permit me to ask. So when you say identify your purpose, we are learning. How do you identify your purpose?
Okay. So I think it's just a lot of introspection and then speaking to people that know you very well. All right. So I did a lot of that. The thing is, from even when I was young and I was not even a lawyer or anything, at home, I was the first child of we're 4. So when there's anything at home and we need to go and fight for something, not fight, but get something from our parents, I will be the one to go in front to say, or maybe something, I feel that one of my siblings had been punished, unjustly. I would just rise up and I'll be like, Daddy, but something. My dad will look at me. Who made you the lawyer of this house? Who made it? Go and sit down, Joe, and everything, But I knew that was in me from when I was young. So I looked all the way back. Interestingly, when I was interviewing for a job, they did that for me, actually. I'd never seen it before, It was a consulting firm in the UK, and they took me all the way to my background, where I started, what I did, to sort of identify myself, the things that I'm passionate about, I like to do, and somehow I rediscovered myself. And in that process also, I started writing down, the things that when you don't, I'm not normally very outspoken, people that know me. I'm usually a quiet person. But there's some things that get you up. You understand? You don't keep quiet. Like when we were talking about in-house counsel, I said, no, I must let people know that in-house counsel just don't stretch their legs. They just don't. So I'm going there. I didn't know what I was going to go and do there, but, I just knew that I had to go and change that notion somehow. So somehow, those are the things that point to your purpose in a way. And I just sat down and I told myself, I know that anywhere I go, I want to make a positive difference. I started as a copper, as a youth copper in a multinational company. I got in there. Their library, we're talking about library this morning. If they ask me to go and look for a file, it might take 1 week because we will never find anything. So I called the woman. I was just a young copper. I said, excuse me, ma, do you mind if I help you redo your entire library? It took me months because it was manual, right? I said, just give me Reco files. I'm going to redo your library for you. By the time I was done, she looked at me and said, you're going to work here. This was a multinational, there was no role, right? There was no role, it was a copper role. People keep coming and going. She said, two of us served there. She said, you are staying here to work because I cannot imagine what you've done. So that's my purpose. I like to go there and just make a difference. Just make sure that by the time I've left, they know that, oh, this person came here, no matter how short.
Thank you so much. Thank you. There is a common thread that runs from what Uncle George said to what Mr. Ademola just said, and that is identifying a gap. Identify a gap and create value. Create value, So wherever you are, you must always leave that mark. When you are not there, they'll say, oh, I wish this person was there. So even if nobody knows your name, let it be that your action, your act, sells you already before you even say anything. So we're going to be moving on to Mrs. Yemisi. And just like Mrs. Ademola, she has also gone round and round. From the private practice, you went in-house, and then you're a policy influencer, and then gender advocacy. Everything running concurrently. Like what Uncle George said, women are great multitaskers. We do different things, and the way we hold it up at effortlessly, but let a man try it, they will collapse, So we're going to be building on that. My next question to you, Ma, with all this transitioning, and you have, even in the midst of it, contributed significantly to organizational growth. So, what intentional steps did you take? How did you position yourself for leadership at that level?
Thank you. And forgive my team members that were making noise at the back. I'm a firm believer in sisterhood, so they go with me everywhere we go. Sincerely, I was in practice for 10 years in Nigeria. And then in England, I called it practice. Even though moving to Nigeria, I'm like, law here is the real law, very intense. So if I discountenance my practice in England and I say, coming to Nigeria, I've done 10 years in a tier 1 law firm, and then I moved in-house, and I've been where I am now for roughly 11 years. So I didn't go in as a leader. I went in as a junior person, relatively junior. I was a senior associate when I left practice, so relatively junior. But one thing stood out for me, and I, like Mrs. Ademola said, identify your purpose. I used to be very quiet. Some people would not believe that, but I used to be. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help. But before I answer your question, let me just say here, not everybody will be the leader. Not everybody. That's why it's a pyramid. Some will always be followers. Some will make the leader what they are. Those are the people you call the king makers. And then some will make it to that leadership position. So first of all, ask yourself, do I want to be a leader? Because it takes a lot. It's a thankless job. If you don't want to be a leader, add value, make a difference in your own space, in your own way. But if you know you want to be a leader, then there are definitely things that you need to do. Now to your question, what did I do? My CEO liked to ask a question at the very beginning, and he'll go around and say, what keeps you up at night? People had their responses. Some, it's money. I didn't come here to count bridge. I like money. Money makes things move, like Uchenna said. Some, it's different things. But nobody asked him. So I went back and I said, what makes you stay up at night? What keeps you up? And he gave me a response. And that is what I held on to say, you know what? I will make sure you sleep well. And that was the beginning of my visibility. I didn't think I was a leader as at the time that I was doing that. But like she also mentioned, some people will tell you, you have this in you. So I picked that up, and day by day, I ensured that everything I did helped in making sure he doesn't stay up at night as the CEO. Now, secondly, let me throw this question out. For your clients, for those of you that are still in practice, for those of you that are in-house, how many of you sit down every quarter or every year to look at your company's or client's financial statements? Very few. We lawyers run away from numbers, from anything that looks mathematical. But it's important because as lawyers, we are a cost center. We don't generate money for clients or for your company. You can help them save that money. You can help them grow that money. And so when you position yourself as the person, as the lawyer, but that's theoretical. Practically, operationally, you need to be able to say, this is a problem, leave it with me, I'll find you a solution. So, sincerely, making myself visible as a problem solver, as a trusted advisor, was very important for me. And I can give you many examples of how I did that. And that helped. How you carry yourself as well also help. Your integrity, because lawyers are the custodians of everything confidential. We are the custodians of everything that must not be heard outside of a certain room. You have to deliver on that. It's no matter how small it may look. Oh, they're having conversations. The lawyer is here. No, let the lawyer go. Let them not hear. No. You need to get to a place where they will say, let the lawyer stay, so that she can help us think. Now, as a woman, what did I do differently? I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a friend, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a church worker, there's so many facets to my life. But I knew I wanted to work. I knew I wanted to make a difference in the corporate space. And I didn't want to also carry that mom guilt. And that's why I said I'm a firm believer in sisterhood. So if you're not a member of WinBiz, go and join and find a way to have your cohorts of female sisters who would help you. So when I needed to travel, my husband is a lawyer as well. I was just telling my friend on the table, very supportive, I hold him in very high esteem. But he's a man. Uncle George, I'm sorry. He's a man. Yes. There's only so much. There's a certain thing about we women. And I mean, we are stars. There's something inside of us that cannot be replicated anywhere else. And so when I needed to travel, I would just call my best friend, Shola, I'm traveling, no, the children are coming to yours. Even if they cannot come because my husband is very hands-on. Oh, this is their schedule. School pickup. This one has swimming. She will sacrifice her time and vice versa. So have your community that you can call on when you need it. That will even tell you, even as I'm talking now, I've been adjusting myself because I know somebody will say, yeah, me see, you know you're coming on stage. Your leg, you were distracting us with half of your leg. You need to have that community that will call you out, that will support you, that will help you, because all of those things help you grow as a leader. Even your team members, my male team members are always very jealous because I'm very partial to my female team members because they will call me out. I've created that safe space where they can say, no, you shouldn't have said that. No, you were wrong on this. All of those things help you build a strong position as a leader. So all of those things have helped me where I am now in private practice and continuing to grow and learn. I'm very humble when it comes to learning. I'm learning AI now. So this is not about leadership. You just continue to learn and help yourself. It's survival. And help yourself and help those around you. That is what I believe makes a strong leader anywhere you go.
Thank you very much, Ma. Again, staying updated. We cannot overemphasize the need to stay updated. If you want to remain relevant, you must always stay updated. You know, someone was saying one time that it's possible that some people, they have graduated from the university over 20 years, but the last book they read was the last book, to pass their exams. You cannot remain relevant. You can't. It is a very competitive society. So you must be ready to grow. I learned that. And she was talking about people would tell you, when we're talking about trying to point you to your vision, people will tell you. And that struck something in me. You have to be mindful of the people around you. You have to surround yourself with the right people who will be able to tell you, to help you navigate. And, she said that last. She said also building a community that can serve as your speed breaker. You're not just on the expressway, and nothing can slow you down. No one can talk to you. No one can call you to order. Also, she talked about beyond being a lawyer, you should be commercially aware. It's not just what the section says or what the subsection says. You must stay commercially aware. And for you to be commercially aware, you must learn some skills. I'm sure when I was humbly ushered here, I'm a business analyst. I'm not just a lawyer. So beyond talking about what the law says, I'm looking at what does the company want to achieve? How they want to make profit? How can we make them, make this, even if you're not going to actively make the profit, but compliance, let money not leak out from where it can actually, be saved, and then build your trust currency. So these are very, very helpful strategies that we can build on, to make progress in our career. So I'm going to go back to Uncle George. Uncle George, when you were speaking earlier, he has already explained what it took for him setting up the SBL. He was the pioneer chairman. And he talked about inclusiveness, and he talked about so many things around setting up the SBL. including female lawyers to the structure and all. Now, I want to ask you a question building on that. You included women. It was inclusive. What signals or what qualities did you really look out for, to say, okay, this woman is actually ready to be elevated to the position of a leader?
There is no silver bullet for that, because you don't want to prejudge somebody before you know them. So at times, it is from maybe having a meeting, a conference planning committee meeting, you listen to contributions, and you listen to strategy. Then you can take a chance at times and say, okay, I've heard what Yemisi has said, and I think she has a focus, or she's brought a focus that we didn't think about. Let me take a chance on Yemisi. At times you're right, at times you're wrong. Well, that's the way we built the SBL. Because what I did was I wanted first of all, the major law firms to take ownership of the SBL and the corporate firms at the time. And we didn't have event planners in our time. So I just begged, as we were begging me, 2 lawyers from Benga, give me this, and all you remember, we just brought everybody together, and then we're all, nobody had done international conferencing before. My best was attending Commonwealth Lawyers Conference, IBA, but I was determined about one thing: whatever we produced would match those standards. So with that in mind, I was looking at contributions and who would fit the bill. And as many men and women who fitted that bill, I took a chance on. And I can tell you, as I will tell you, we eliminated paper in NBA conferences. Do you remember? The very first conference. Before you go and register for NBA conference, on that morning, there'll be chaos. So a conference that's designed to start at 9 doesn't start until about 12, because everybody's fighting for materials. Our first conference was 2006. We bought CDs. And put in conference bags and then we had done the pre-registration. You just came, identified, stone. That what looked like they thought was an adversity became a stepping stone to success. So don't be deterred. That's what I keep saying. But one thing I will also say to our women folk, at times you are your own biggest enemies. At times when you put women to supervise women, they discourage them. Is it okay? Okay. They discourage them. So, in as much as you want the support of your men folk to recognize your talent and give you an opportunity, you owe it to each other to do the same things. At times, women make the worst bosses to fellow women.
Thank you very much, sir. So we're going to be having questions. Okay. So just walking in is our very esteemed, learned senior advocate of Nigeria. And she is also a member of this panel, Mrs. Badijo Okusanya Esienma. You're very welcome. We're happy to have you. We're just rounding up. But yes, ma, you can still join us. And you'll give us just 1 minute, yes. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to be having questions. If you have any question, please write it down. We're going to take maybe 2-3 questions. And it's going to be very straight to the point. No long story.
So it still took me some time to make the proper pivot, because I was working running my business and making good money. And But yet I wanted to study law and, go to court and all that. And this was 2003 or thereabouts. I also wanted to be traveling to attend conferences. And the next IBA conference was in Auckland, New Zealand. I'd never been to New Zealand before. I wanted to go. And I told my husband, so I want to go to New Zealand to law. If you decide that you're going to study law, I will pay for you to go to Auckland. So I made a list of 5 law firms that I wanted to go and work in. Some of them, in fact, I went to Bawa and Igodalo, and Aswe said, Oinko, you're not serious. So, okay, come back. I went to Alex. Anyway, I ended up at Olaniwa Ajayi. I didn't know what I was doing. Ignorance was bliss. I did not know that I was not the kind of person that fits into that they're 1% of the 1%. Very uber bright. They're here. They're uber bright, first, double first, and all that. I wasn't cuckoo any double anything. But I went there, and fortuitously, they were looking for someone like me. I was looking for someone like them. At that time, you see that their uber bright thing was costing them because all of them were getting scholarships to go to Harvard and Cambridge. So they were staying 1 year, 2 years, and the attrition rate, not because they didn't like working in Olaniwa Ajayi, was high because they were getting offers to go and do masters and things. And here I was, kind of middle-aged, presenting some stability. So they snapped me up. Thankfully, it was when I got in that I realized I was out of my depth. But luckily, Olaniwa Ajayi is a very good learning environment. And so that grounded me in the way that I practice till today. A couple of years later, I got the opportunity to work in government. How did that happen? We were doing work for the Lagos State government, and I was the one who used to go to Lagos State to see the person who later became the Attorney General, Mr. Adeikpaye. He was handling the briefs on our behalf, and I kind of liked what I was seeing, the policies that they were making. The opportunity to work in public was going to be appointed Attorney General, and I'd made up my mind that whoever it was, if I don't know the person, I'll know someone that knows him or her. And I was going to offer myself to work. It turned out to be Olashukwu Shashere, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, whose wife is my husband's cousin and who I've known all my life. So I went up to him and I said, I want to work with you. And this is something that I'd like people to pay attention to. He never would have thought about me if he was looking for a senior special assistant on justice sector reform, which is what he never would have thought. He told me, he said, I wouldn't have imagined that you would have wanted to do this. So please, don't wait to be asked. Go after it. And that was how I became SSA Justice Sector Reform. I did a lot of work with the judiciary. I got to understand the workings of the judiciary because Professor Shivajo had done a lot of reform at the High Court level. And then Shashere decided to take it one notch down and do reforms at the magistracy level. So all the reforms that you see at that level, the improvement in their jurisdiction and so on, and the court buildings and all that, we were able to midwife all those things. And working in government was a huge, huge positive experience for me because it taught me so many things about being even a better professional in the private sector. And then, of course, I did that for the 8 years of that government. After 4 years, I left the Ministry of Justice and went to work as General Counsel to the governor. Again, that was another pivot that came about as a result of being intentionally excellent. I was very fortunate that Shukwu Shashere is someone who doesn't hoard his support, right? So, unlike some commissioners who are shining in EXCO, so to speak, and nobody knows who's making them shine, he allowed the governor to know who the people were that were helping him to do the work. So the governor knew me personally. And when he decided that he was leaving government to go back to private practice, the governor actually called me personally and said, you can't go. We still have things in this government that we need you to do. I was ready to go back to Olaniwa Ajayi. The person that brought me to government was going back to private practice. But he said I had to stay. And he made me his general counsel. And that was exciting on a different level because no 2 days were the same. After that, I went back into private practice, back to Olaniwa Ajayi briefly, and then set up practice with Olashpo Shashere, we became partners. We're partners till today. And of course, for me, like I said, I'd always wanted to be a barrister. So the natural trajectory was to try and take silk, which is a different story on its own, but it's achievable. It's achievable. We started the practice in 2017. And about that time was when I started approaching it seriously. And here I am. So I'm living proof that it's doable. It's doable in the shortest possible time. I have my mentors in front of me here who were also very intentional about it. People that know me know I like that word. Be intentional. Decide what you want to do. Go after it. And so here I am. About to pivot into something else, but that's another story.
Thank you very much,
you.
Ma. So it's not a coincidence that before Mrs. B even walked in, some of these key points that she mentioned have already been mentioned. So she talked about intentionality. She talked about passion. She talked about conviction. She talked about having a good foundation, having the right people around you. These are things that will help us shaping our career path, help us avoid potholes and, even expedite, speed up, our career growth. So in light of that, Mrs. B says, don't wait to be asked. Go for it, and we can do it. So we're going to be taking questions. And if you have any question, can you just show of hand? Any question here? Here? Okay, we have one here. We have one here. Do we have there? Yes. Okay, any other questions? Around the hall? So we have two questions. Okay, please, if you have a question, can you just signify? Or can you stand, please? Okay, we have two. We have three. Okay, and very quickly, please. One mic to her, please. Ushers, please. Could you assist us? Ushers, please. Just a mic. Can you come forward, please, so it's first? No, people at the back may not hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Mine is not a question, just a contribution. And before that, I would just to appreciate all the organizers and all the panelists. You have spoken from the bowel of your heart. Thank you so much for pouring yourself to us this morning. My name is Pisa Nomneze. So my contribution is, most times you think you will have it all figured out, because that's what I used to think when I was much younger. When I see all the older lawyers, I was like, oh, these people, they already knew what to do from the beginning. But when I started, I knew that you will make mistakes, you will do a lot of things, and then in that mistake, sometimes in some simple conversations, you will find clarity and you find purpose. I started in-house with Suru Group Limited. It was a real estate company. And what happened was that when AMCON took over everything, most of the directors were asked to go because they couldn't pay us salary anymore. And when I went back, I was asking myself, so what will I do from here? I was the company secretary. It was very hard. And I asked myself, I identified so many issues while I was in real estate company. So why won't I start it? And that was what birthed female lawyers in real estate practice in 2020.
15 more seconds.
Much. So that was how I started. So I want to contribute by saying that as a young lawyer, you figured out. You just identify a purpose, and the world rewards people who bring clarity to problems. So if you have any problem around you that you solve, it can be discussing about contract of sale online, and then people will start noticing, oh, okay, this person is talking about this. Just when you simplify a problem and you provide solution to it, like she said, then you become a voice that you are giving.
All
so
right.
you have to give what you have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that intervention. Basically rehashing what our esteemed panelists have said. So your name, question straight to the point, and who you're directing the question.
Yes, good morning. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be part of this event. I appreciate the speakers that have spoken so very well, and I appreciate Wimbies and the MBA Lagos branch for putting this together. Most of the speakers have spoken about those that have pivoted or those that are climbing the ladder, but there's a section of us that are just starting, like myself, very confused. I'm Vivian, by the way, very confused on where to start from. I was called last year. I didn't gain clarity on what I wanted to do until 2-3 weeks ago. And I'm looking at commercial and maritime law. But I'm also asking myself, are you not trying yourself like this? Won't you, are you not setting yourself up for failure? Is it better to test the waters and know what's available in other sectors? Or should I just focus on my focus? So that's my question. Thank you.
So do you have any panelists in mind you want to answer that question?
I'll be glad if any of them can take it.
Okay, so that's the first. The second, please. Your name straight to the point, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ololade. So my question is directly to Mrs. Yemisi. Yes, ma. So my question is, how overwhelming was your leadership journey, and did you not by any chance have like an iota of doubt or something like that? That's my question.
Thank you very much. The third question. Okay. Okay, and that will be the last for this session.
Is that a room for people who don't intend to practice but want to deepen their knowledge?
So who are you
I cannot be
directing that question
reviewing
at?
for lawyers, but I don't know. Well, Mrs. Yamise has, been through different corporate organizations. She might have a better answer, but if anyone really can give clarity on someone who has a lot of engagement with lawyers but seem to know more than most of the people that they engage, it would really be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're going to go. I think Mrs. Yanis already has two questions.
Yes.
So we are going to exempt her from the first.
Yeah.
So who is going to take Vivian's question? Confusion on where to start.
No, that was.
Yeah, that was Vivian. Vivian, yes. Confusion on where to start.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Mrs. B.
did I hear you say
one.
you were called last year? You have no business. You have no business. Can I say it a third time? You have no business trying to specialize at this time.
Absolutely.
You don't even know what you are going to be good at, what you will like. So please experience it all. Unfortunately, these days, what I find is that many people don't want to go to court. They just want to do corporate commercial.
Yes.
Corporate commercial.
Yes.
And we were still rooted in the old ways. You have to do everything at least for the first 5 years. And then you can specialize. We have changed, we have borrowed ourselves brain. Because we are losing people to firms that are happy to allow first years and second years to do just corporate commercial and not go to court. I don't know what it is about going to court. But please, if you have the opportunity, do everything. Then you can give yourself a time frame. Be intentional about it. Give yourself a time frame so that you then do begin to develop expertise in a particular area. Success is knowing more and more about less and less. So we have gurus in arbitration here who have decided to focus on arbitration. We have Mrs. Joel Driver, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We have Mrs. Folashade Ali, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. They have zeroed in on an arbitration practice. Doesn't mean they don't do other things, but they're known in that area. But they didn't get there by starting out like that in their first or second years.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So very quickly.
Okay, so I just want to add to that to say that you also need to start from where you are right now. All right, which is that, and you focus on adding value where you are. You focus on making an impact where you are, and also being broad-based also helps you eventually, because now that I'm sort of practicing as a general counsel, a few times over, there's no area of the law that I will not be able to say, this is where you're going to find it. So if I had gone to specialize so quickly, my mind won't be that, my experience will not be that broad, my skills will not be that broad. Law is so wide that, I will tell you that just where you are right now, start from it, keep learning, focus on impact, and you can also read, there was a book I read a long time ago, Learning the Law. You find out that law is multifaceted, and you don't want to just restrict yourself at this point.
All right, thank you very much, Ma. So, go back to Mrs. Yawasi. The 2 questions.
So let me start with your question. Do I ever have doubt about myself? We're all human beings. Please don't think that because we are sitting here, we've arrived, we've made it, no. The human mind is so fragile that if somebody says X to you, if you're not very self-aware and very self-confident, it can throw you off. So doubt comes in, it creeps in. Coming onto this panel, even though I have an idea of what we're going to talk about, I still had butterflies in my belly. Will I be able to answer the question? Will I be clear? So it's natural. Please, but you can't let it hold you down. I don't know where you work, and this is a charge to those that are already mentors or to those that are leaders in their respective spaces. You need to fix whatever structures you have to help the women around you in that space. It's very important, because it's one thing to have the title, to be the leader, to be at the top. What are you doing about the structural barriers in the pipeline? And I will give you a very good example. In my company today, we have a very strong female force that we call the Women in IHS Network. And what we did with that network is, because we women are creatures of our mind, and that's where doubt comes in. We overthink things, we analyze things. So if anything is holding you back, it's very difficult to deliver on the job. So we created a platform, and what we realized is, there's nothing wrong with us. We're just stuck in our mind, and so all of those barriers, we began to create solutions around it. A very good example, we had women who had children with autism. There was a particular woman, she has 2. How is she going to work? She comes to work every day, but her mind is, she's distracted. And what did we do? We went, like she said, not fight, but we went to advocate that, look, give us the support. What was the support? We started getting minders that the company was paying for. We got minders that would teach them in their own way. And she thrived. We had women who were worried that they couldn't give birth. They were high flyers. Who did it? It is us women that did it in the business. So you mentors here today, the female leaders, wherever you are, fix those problems for those in the pipeline.
All right.
My dear, as you are having these doubts, find somebody in your business, in your company, in your space, who you admire, who you believe has it all. Engage, interact. I've never met Michelle Obama, but she's my mentor, whether she likes it or not. So I bought her book. Anywhere she's speaking, I make sure I watch it, I listen in, and I learn, I take what I need. So please, all those structural barriers, all those doubts in your mind, fix it for people in the pipeline so that the younger ones in this room can step on the soft landing and they don't have to go through the difficult path that some of us did. Now to the second question. I have people in my department. I run a mini law firm in my company. We are 24 lawyers. So let me rephrase that. There are 24 people
in my department, not all of them are lawyers, and they work in the legal department. Lawyers are very proud. We are the only learned people in the world. So if you come to them and say, I know more than you, or I did this better than you are, you've dead on arrival. But are there people that genuinely do work as good as lawyers? There are. I have them in my department. You don't have to go to law school if you don't want to, because you gave yourself a 45-year-old mark, which you have already hit, so you may feel like, oh, it's too late, I can't. No, not necessarily. If you genuinely want to go back to law school, pivot like Mrs. B did. You can do anything. But if you don't want to, is there still room and space for you? There is. There are multiple opportunities, and that is the beauty between in-house and practice. The chances of you having that plethora of options is higher with in-house option, because reviewing document, nobody cares who is reviewing their documents. They just want to see a final version. I myself, when I'm reviewing documents, I tell them I don't want to see the version 1, 2, I want to see the last. The very last, so that my work is shortened. Will I start asking which lawyer did what? No. Give me a good document that will make my work and life easy. So there are options for you, so don't lose hope. That will be my response to you.
All right, don't lose hope. And with that, we have come to the end. Because
let me just support what EMC said. You want to do law because becoming a lawyer is something, I'll tell you that. You're not under any pressure. Please go to law school. Just add it to satisfy yourself that you can do it. But because you have specialized in other areas, you can leapfrog certain stages within the profession and be thoroughly recognized and celebrated. And to Vivian, my advice is first 5 years. The others, do everything. Even volunteer to write notes, do this first 5 years. Then the next 5 years, begin to narrow it down. By your 10th year, pick.
Thank you very much to our very esteemed panelists who have taken all their time to come and pour so much wealth of knowledge into us. So with this, we are drawing the curtain on this session, and we say a very big thank you and hand over to the MC.
Thank you very kindly. Can we just put our hands together for our panelists? Thank you very much, ma'am and sir. We have a token of our appreciation to be presented to you. Please put your hands together for Leonard Silk, Mrs. Dwayne Woods Bible, as she comes forward to make that presentation to our panelists. Please let us put our hands together for her as she comes forward.
I'm so glad, I'm so happy to be here, and I want to tell you something that I've also enjoyed everything that I said. Every now and then something is said, and I said, I just recognize that. So thank you very much, such a distinguished panelist. And now I must single out Uncle G, as we call him. Recently I was given the Arise Women of Impact Award, and I remember telling them about Habitual Women and the award that we give to men who support women. It's very important. In any organization, you must have men who support women. Uncle G deserves the Champion of Change Award. So next time we're having this, I think we must single out that award and start by giving it to Uncle G. So it gives me pleasure to stand here in appreciation of a very outstanding panel. They've spoken from their heart. They've talked about their experiences. They've tried to calm our minds that you don't come out of school knowing what you're going to become. You don't come out of school knowing that this is what tomorrow brings, apart from a very firm faith in God, which is also a very good, it's not very good, it's an essential factor. God will lead you to the right path, and I'm sure that all of us realize that. And before I started, I should have acknowledged my Lord, Honorable Justice Ogbonwomeju. I'm sorry I didn't do that. Yeah, I know, she's my sister. So I started the appreciation of what you've done here today, and we say thank you. Unfortunately, the awards that were to be given out were supposed to have come from a very serious continent. But mistakes do happen at times. Sometimes we have delays. But I know you understand. It's the Gulf War. I know what has happened to the state where goods cannot pass. So, but we say thank you very much, and your awards will be delivered. You are very, very... Oh, are they here? But I was told they were not here. They are here now. Okay. They did. You see? Miracles happen. Yeah, and they've opened the space. All at the request of Uncle George. So thank you so very much. So thank you so very much, Uncle George. Always remember that. Anything you set your heart to, do it. Because if you don't, you are really doomed. And you'll be relegated to the background. Very well done. Yeah. And then, we also have with us Mrs. Yemisi Dia Salawu. It was a pleasure listening to you. And one of the things I liked best was the support you give to women.
Yes.
Because we know even for men, when your state of mind is not okay, it can affect a lot of things. Your organization really deserves an award for that. And we are all very grateful. So I say congratulations. And where's the award? And now I come to Mrs. Abidemi Ademola. Another story that illustrates that Rome was never built in a day. Another story that illustrates the power of the thinking mind. We are very grateful. So, and I see a lot of young people here, and I hope you're really taking this all in, because these are really true. At every stage in time, it's struck something in me, and that's the power of determination, of vision, of focus. So we are very, very grateful. And now, last but not the least, that's all. You are not part of it. You are not getting an award, but she should get an award as well. You're not the moderator. Where's the award for the moderator? Oh, congratulations. Okay, they say you are the organizer, and that's a good enough award. Well done, well done. They have done very, very well, very well. Well done.
Thank you. Can I please invite up to also join in the pictures the ED of Wendy's, Mrs. Omawumi Akingbombe, and of course the MBA chair, Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade. Please let's put our hands together for two phenomenal women as they join in the pictures.
Okay, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our distinguished panelists, Mr. George Itomi. Please, a round of applause for them as they make their way back to their seat. Mrs. Oyinkansola Badejo Kusoya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mrs. Yemisi Dia Salawu. Mrs. Abidemi Ademola. And of course, the moderator, Mrs. Nwabuaku Ebeleju. A round of applause for our moderator and panelists once more. Thank you. We also have gifts for the participants at today's events who did not hold back from asking their questions, making their comments known. So for those I can't say us now. For those participants who made comments, please can you rise? Please can you rise? And as they do so, please put your hands together for them. Sorry, ma'am. The participants who asked questions. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Where to sit while they rise? Yes, so that the ushers can identify them. We have gifts from one of our mentors, Mrs. Peace Anomnese. We have books, Give to Gain, Women in Real Estate Sector, Challenges, Opportunities, and Way Forward. So we'll be presenting these to our participants that were bold enough to ask their questions and make their comments at today's event. So that's just to let you know that this is a participatory event. Please have those questions at the back of your mind even as we move into the next session. But before we do that, quick question. How many of us here have, apologies, just for the ushers to identify you, they would come to you to give you your gift on your seat? Yes, please, you can be seated. Thank you very much. Quick question, show of hands. How many of us have professional headshots taken? I'm raising my own hand because I have one. How many of us have professional headshots? Wow. So when I was telling us that we rise, it's my time, people were saying it with me with so much confidence. But let's do something about that. So today we have professional headshots at a giveaway prize. I can say it. At a giveaway prize. If you do not have your professional headshots, today is the day of change. As you're rising to leadership, please ensure that you step into the photo booth to have your professional headshots taken at a giveaway prize. 10,000 naira only. If you had to walk into a studio, multiply that. So you know that this is something that we are doing, NBA Lagos Wimbys, to encourage you on your journey to rising into leadership. This is one of the tools you need in your personal branding toolkit. So please flood the photography stand. Ensure that you have your headshots taken before the end of today's event. Also, we have a beautiful lady here who went to the restroom and forgot something important while she was checking out her pretty self. She forgot her mobile phone. So if you are that amazing, beautiful lady, please see me to claim it with proof. As a lawyer, proof that it is truly your own mobile phone. We're moving on with today's conversation, and I have the honor of bringing up our keynote speaker. But before I bring her up, it was her birthday a few days ago. Can we sing a birthday song for her? No, ma'am? Okay. Okay, ma'am. It was a few days ago. And we will still like to celebrate you, ma'am. So can we do this? 1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, my Lord. May the good Lord bless you. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you so very kindly for indulging me. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. I have the honor of bringing up my Lord Honorable Justice Helen Morong KG Ogunwumiju. She graduated with a law degree from the University of Lagos in 1977 and was called to the Nigerian bar in 1978. She worked briefly with the Ondo State government between 1979 and 1981. And from 1981 to 1990, she served at the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, rising to the rank of Assistant Director and helping to establish legal aid council offices and programs in Oyo, Osun, Lagos, Sokoto, and other states. She was appointed Chief Magistrate Grade 1 in Oyo State in 1991, heading magisterial districts in Ibadan, Ile-Ife, Erua, and Oyo. In 1996, she became Secretary, Judicial Service Committee, Oyo State, and in February 1997, she was appointed Probate Registrar, State Sheriff, and Chief Registrar of Oyo State Judiciary. She was appointed a judge of the High Court of Ondo State in November 1998, with jurisdiction in civil and criminal matters. She chaired the Investigative Board of Inquiry into the Produce Department, was a member of the Election Petition Tribunal in Taraba State, and also contributed to the first draft of the Administration of Criminal Justice Bill, now the ACJA 2015. Elevated to the Court of Appeal in November 2005, she served in divisions including Ilorin, Benin, Owerri, Lagos, and Enugu, with ad hoc assignments across Nigeria. She was presiding justice in Benin and Enugu divisions, where she pioneered the Communications Front Desk in the Court of Appeal, chaired the Information Technology Committee, and led the Media Committee of the Court of Appeal. She also served as Vice Chair, Information Technology Committee of the National Judicial Council. Honorable Justice Helen Ogunwumiju was elevated to the Supreme Court on the 6th of November 2020. She chairs the Board of Trustees of the West African Regional Center for Law and Religion Studies, a platform for facilitating law and religion roundtable conferences in West Africa. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, a life bencher of the Body of Benchers, and a recipient of the National Honor of Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished guests, if you will indulge me once more, may we rise as we welcome our keynote speaker, Milord, Honorable Justice Helen Moronkeji Ogunwumiju, to give her keynote speech.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, respected and learned members of the Inner and Outer Bar, accomplished women here present, all of us are accomplished. Titans of the business world, the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here. And to add to that pleasure was listening to the last panel. I saw my, as we used to say, my life flash before my eyes at each of the contributions. It was as if they were speaking about me, discussing what I'd been through. They spoke from the heart. They were wonderful. And we really, really appreciated their contributions. I'm very proud and of this opportunity given to me by the in management, business, and public service.
I'm both humbled and delighted to address this august gathering on the theme, Give to Gain, Shaping Women for Leadership and Legacy. This theme, chosen in commemoration of the International Women's Day 2026, is both timely and timeless. My dear sisters and my dear brothers, so that we do not appear to marginalize our brothers in the audience who have graciously made themselves available for this program. We are having a very great month. I'm surrounded by men, both at home and at work. So most of them are fathers, and they feel that fatherhood is largely underrated by most people. Every year, I have to explain to them that the various celebrations of womanhood in the early part of the year is not only about motherhood. The world has decided to celebrate the achievements of women who have made remarkable strides in their profession or in their society on March the 8th every year, which the United Nations calls the International Women's Day. The world has also decided to celebrate that rare breed of women who are mothers and wives and judicial officers and legal officers and lawyers practicing who have to write briefs while doing other multitasking, basically. Decided to celebrate such women on March 10th every year. And the United Nations calls it the International Women Judges Day. That's for us. Exclusive to my club. Thank you very much. The theme of this year's celebration is Women Judges on the Bench and Beyond, Protecting Access to Justice. That was the theme. Not only that, women members of the Church of Nigeria, the Anglican Communion, which I belong to, I'm a chancellor of the Ibadan Diocese of the Anglican Communion, join other members of the Communion worldwide on the fourth Sunday in Lent to celebrate Mothering Sunday. This was a day originally set aside to serve as a respite from Lent and to honor the Mother Church, where parishioners were baptized. It is now set aside to honor mothers and women leaders in the church. This year, it fell on Sunday, 15th of March, 2026. To cap it off, we have the International Mother's Day, as set by the United Nations, which is the second Sunday in May. This year, it will fall on May 10th. So, ladies, I'm sorry, gentlemen. So, ladies, we are that special species made by God to be celebrated over and over again. I dare say we deserve the multiple celebration. Please let us give each other, give motherhood, womanhood, a round of applause. Give to gain. Shaping women for leadership and legacy. Leadership is not merely a position. It is a responsibility to influence, to inspire, and empower others. Throughout history, societies have progressed when individuals who have received knowledge, opportunities, and guidance deliberately pass them on to others. This philosophy is captured in the simple but powerful principle, give to gain. For women especially, leadership and mentorship are deeply interconnected. When women invest in developing other women through mentoring, encouragement, and example, they not only uplift individuals, but also strengthen institutions, communities, and nations. Mentorship creates a chain of empowerment where knowledge, confidence, and opportunity are transmitted across generations. Research consistently shows that mentorship plays a critical role in building leadership capacity among women by strengthening confidence, developing skills, and expanding professional networks. It also helps women overcome structural barriers and navigate complex leadership environments. The central theme of this paper is that women become stronger leaders when they intentionally, I like that Onyekon says she loves the word intention. I hug the word intentional. When they intentionally cultivate a culture of mentorship and selfless investment in others, understanding the principle of give to gain. There's an old African wisdom that says, the hand that gives is the hand that gathers. It sounds paradoxical at first in a world that teaches us to climb, compete, and sometimes even elbow our way to the top. The idea that the surest way to gain is to give appears almost mischievous. Yet history, particularly the history of women's leadership, proves exactly that. The theme Give to Gain, Shaping Women for Leadership and Legacy, reminds us that leadership is not a solo sprint to the summit. It is more like a relay race. Someone hands you the baton, you run your stretch with determination, and then you pass it on. Hopefully, a little further than you received it. Women who understand this secret do not merely succeed, they multiply success. Give to Gain suggests a balance of virtue, emotional, and physical investment, or strategic wisdom. It is more about investing in mercy, love, and effort to achieve a higher, more lasting reward, be it love, reputation, or personal growth. I love Shakespeare, so anything I write must have just that bit of Shakespeare in it. In Acts chapter 4, scene 1, in The Merchant of Venice, Shakespeare, through Portia, highlights that true power lies in giving mercy, which benefits both the giver and the receiver. I am sure most of us who love Shakespeare know the famous verse, "The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven. It is twice blessed. It blessed him that gives and him that takes." Unquote. So let us now go to the mathematics of giving. Giving is the only arithmetic where subtraction results in multiplication. When a woman mentors another woman, she does not lose authority, she expands influence. When she shares knowledge, she does not diminish her expertise, she amplifies it. When she opens doors for others, she often discovers that the corridor itself becomes wider. Leadership, therefore, is not about occupying a chair. Many people sit on chairs. Some even sit comfortably. But true leaders create more chairs for others to sit. So, this new thing that we're advocating, we've always had it in African culture. African societies have always understood this principle. The well-known proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Women have historically embodied this philosophy through informal networks of support, market cooperatives, community groups, family systems, and professional mentorship. Long before the word mentorship became fashionable, African women were already practicing it in kitchens, courtyards, and as local arbitrators, market squares, and even classrooms. They were building legacy ecosystems, even if they did not use the right rhetoric. The weight and responsibility of leadership in law, business, and public service. In Nigeria today, the legal profession, particularly the judiciary, is under scrutiny and expectation by the public at large, by the youths, by history itself. The next generation of lawyers is watching us. not just for our rulings, but for our example. The Bible says on leadership in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 20, verse 28, quote, keep watch over yourselves and all the flock of which the Holy Spirit has made you overseers. Be shepherds of the church of God, which he bought with his own blood, unquote. The Holy Quran in Surah Al-Anbiya, ayat 73, says, and we made them leaders, guiding by our command. And we spare them, to them, the doing of good deeds, establishment of prayer, and giving of zakah. And they were worshippers of us, unquote. As John C. Maxwell would say, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Leadership in law, especially from the bench, carries a unique weight. It's not only about rendering decisions, but about defining what justice looks like in practice. And so the question is not whether the next generation will lead. And I want to include, when I say leadership in law, I don't want to limit it to the bench, also to the bar. And so, the question is not whether the next generation will lead. The question is, what kind of leaders are we preparing them to be? Women's leadership is not simply about representation. It's about unlocking diverse leadership perspectives, the full potential of society. Diverse leadership perspectives produce more balanced decision-making, stronger institutions, and inclusive policies. I listened to Sensitive, she was number 2 at the Court of Appeal at the time. So, meanwhile, when I became a magistrate, I had somebody that said, oh, crucify her. She must be crucified. Another woman, crucify her. She must be fathered and drawn and whatever. And another good mentor was Justice Bukachua, the first woman president of the Court of Appeal, who brought an entrenched expansion, humanity, and collegiality to the institution. She was one time also president of the National Association of Women Judges. And then one of the women I admire, Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, and the first woman and first African to hold that position. She's one of Africa's most influential global leaders. And then a woman I'm never tired of listening to, Dr. Ibukun Awoshika, a renowned entrepreneur and leadership mentor. I must mention that the contribution of women to the legal profession, particularly the administration of justice, has been outstanding. And that is why I do shakara to my colleagues. We will overtake you. You are forcing me to bear my Lord. Eh? When we know the reason why, yes, they just refuse to accept the fact that in spite of despite the fact that I'm a woman, well dressed, with all the powder and lipstick in place, I'm probably more cerebral and more intelligent than the men. So they want to pretend that because I'm a woman in my powder and lipstick and my very nice dress, probably mini, I'm referring to them in England. So therefore, I cannot be a woman because women are of less intelligence. That's the only reason. It took years for the bar in England to accept women to the bar. And it was on condition that they would not be addressed as women, because women were supposed to be unintelligent. If you know the history of property law, up till like under 80 years ago, the Remote Married Woman Property Act was still in effect in England. A married woman could not divest herself of her property. So we were supposed to be less intelligent. But now, we have overtaken them. Currently, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, 2 women concurrently head both the apex court and the penultimate court. These people that are making us suffer, see the way I'm sweating. Who is going to charge them, and where is their trial going to take place? This contempt. For the first time, Honorable Justice Kudirat Motomori Adetokunbo, Kekereekun, GCON, CJN, and the president of the... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's working. Thank you. If you don't ask, you don't get. I just asked and I got. Thank you very much. And the president of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Boniam Dongba Memsen, CFR, Chief Justice of Nigeria and the president of the Court of Appeal. Are we not holding all the aces? Yeah. Their leadership extends beyond personal success. They invest. I can speak confidently about both of them. I worked with both of them at the Court of Appeal, and I'm working with the Honorable Chief Justice of Nigeria now at the Supreme Court in mentoring younger women, building institutions, and creating opportunities for future generations. These examples demonstrate how leadership becomes transformative when it includes mentorship. Let me give you a gist about the Honorable Chief Justice of Nigeria. We went on a trip of women judges, and one of us fell ill. The lady is a judge of the High Court. If you saw how the Honorable Chief Justice of Nigeria, she went beyond, what was that expression again? Over and beyond. Because the lady fell ill on the first day of the conference. So every time she would say, let's go and visit her in hospital. What of her medical bill? What of this? What of that? What of this? She was compassionate. Compassionate. I will never, and it impacted on me. And I can tell you, when you sit with the Chief Justice of Nigeria, she has a red biro. Because this is how we work in the Supreme Court. And that's how we used to work in the Court of Appeal. When we sit as a panel, somebody presides over the panel. The presiding justice will assign the case to one person, one judge in the panel, one justice in the panel. So all of us, the Constitution says everyone must write their own opinion about that cause of action, about that appeal. So, my Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, since she was in the Court of Appeal, she will take all the other contributions, she will write, she will make her notes one by one. Put comma here. This spelling is wrong. This phrase, this, that. So, when I started presiding in the Court of Appeal, instead of just flipping through other justices' contribution, I said, and Justice Kekere, she would look at this thing very well. I'll go and collect my own biro too. I say, my Lord, you may wish to add comma here, full stop here. You may wish to rephrase this. It will give a wrong impression of what you are trying to say. This and that. I would look at each contribution closely because that's what she used to do, and that was what she did even at the Supreme Court, because I sat with her before she became the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So you have people like that that mentor you indirectly. You look to them, they give very good example of how to work and work ethics. You understand? So, and I've also spoken about mentorship by creating spaces for new voices. And by new voices, I mean leadership and legacy in the digital age. So, distinguished audience, I've spoken in general terms. So, I'll turn to particulars, particularly about the digital age. The world today is being reshaped by forces that are unprecedented in human history. I listened to a song and he said that the singer said he wished that the prophets of old had the internet to propagate their message. Digital technology has transformed commerce, governance, communication, and even the administration of justice. So everybody, both judges and lawyers, must get with the program. You must become digitally educated. It's a must. In this new environment, leadership must also evolve. Mentorship must adapt. Legacy must be reimagined. Because if you want to leave an impact and you want to leave a legacy, you must be able to relate with those that you want to mentor, whose lives you want to impact. For those in the legal profession, as I said, I'll speak mostly about my own aspect of it. The challenge is both profound and urgent. Judges and even lawyers must ensure that the rule of law remains strong in a digital society and that technological progress strengthens justice rather than undermine it. Now, people go on so many AI to download fictitious cases, and if the judge is overworked, as most of us are, we just take it, it's from a senior member of the bar, it's from this person, it's not likely to be a mistake. If you are caught, it will be very, very bad. Please, you are all officers in the temple of justice. Try as much as possible to use technology for the good and not the bad, to the just ends of justice. Thank you very much. So it brings us to the aspect about the changing landscape of leadership. Leadership used to be within borders. And now, leadership at the bar, you must be digitally aware, you must be adaptive and innovative, you must be ethically grounded, and you must be committed to continuous learning. So, artificial intelligence, I hope it will not cause more problems than it is solving, or it will solve. So, I'm trying to skip as then I want to talk about reverse mentorship. In technology driven environment, younger professionals often possess advanced digital skills. This has produced a phenomenon known as reverse mentorship, where younger professionals teach senior leaders about emerging technologies, digital culture, and innovative trends. As you give, you gain. You gain through what the younger generation know. If you pull them close, you give them advice. They will also tell you, this is the new way of doing things. This is a faster way. This is a less stressful way of doing stuff that we are used to. So that is mentorship through knowledge sharing. So now, they've asked me to talk about legacy. Well, legacy consists of three enduring elements: values that shape institutions, ideas that the other side, those of us on the bench, we see lawyers who come to court, their papers are badly prepared. If the judge were the mother of the litigant, they will not give them judgment because the papers, all of us, the first thing we were taught in law school is that you win or lose your case in chambers. You win or lose in chambers. If the most important aspect of your pleading, of your case, is not pleaded, the judge cannot look at it. Even if you adduce the evidence, it's simple law school 101. All lawyers still do that today. Look at the issue of how to sign briefs. It's still causing problem till now. After all the plethora of cases, of appeals, of judgments, people still don't know how to sign process. You just see a brief with about 1,000 names and it's not ticked. So who do you attribute it to? A faceless counsel. And then they'll come back later when they need the case to say, oh, the counsel that prepared it put a stamp. As if we have time to be doing the investigation. Those are things that seniors in chambers should ensure that they teach young counsel. The more meticulous you are in preparing your brief, the better your chances at getting justice for your client. So, for the legal profession, legacy building includes jurisprudential contributions to the bar, people who have been outstanding, Justice Chukwudifa Okuta, Justice Kayode Esho, and many, many others. But I can't write everybody's name down. And then, legal professionals can contribute to legacy when they protect judicial independence, fairness in adjudication, and ethical practice within the profession. Some people, is now the fashion. There's nothing in their brief of argument. Absolutely nothing. But after the court session, you see them practically in front of the door of the courthouse, arguing their appeal or their case on the TV. As if that helps. Who has the temerity to write to me? You have, whose handwriting is this? You had better remain faceless. A lawyer is holding the phone. You did not tell me before how many minutes I have. To make matters worse, I'm sweating. The light is disturbing me, and I have nobody to hold for contempt. Last but not the least, you have the audacity to write to a JSCCFR to gag me? Really? Can you do that? Really? Thank you very much. I'll put it by the side for the consumption of the faceless, nameless person who wrote it. So, we are talking about institutional integrity. Both lawyers and judges and business people, business women, businessmen must have institutional integrity. Whatever business you are in, people must be able to trust you. It's working. It's working. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. People must be able to trust you. That if you say you are going to deliver, you will deliver. It's very important. For example, the judiciary ultimately rests on public confidence. A judge whose conduct reflects impartiality, courage, and incorruptibility leaves behind something more valuable than precedent: trust in the justice system. A lawyer who performs very well, excellently in court, encourages litigants to go through the legal process rather than jungle justice. Those are the ways institutions are strengthened. So Nigeria has started leading in technology and e-business. I quoted some examples that I could lay my hands on. Michelle Elegbe, the founder of InterSwitch; Tayo Oviosu, the founder of Paga; Shola Akinlade, co-founder of Paystack; Bosun Tijani, co-founder of CC Hub; Inyoluwa Aboyeji, Flutterwave; and Opayemi Olugasa. I'm sure we know all lawyers and judges, Law Pavilion. And the new people in town, Finessa, Femi Akinbote, and Alex Okusoya. They build tech solutions for the creative industry. Through these initiatives, these young innovators receive guidance not only in tech. Through them, young innovators receive guidance not only in technical skills, but also in leadership, governance, and entrepreneurship. These leaders illustrate a critical principle. Technology leadership is not defined by geography, but by vision and execution. So we have some women who have ventured into this field, influential women: Odun Eweniyi, co-founder of PiggyVest; Funke Okpeke, founder of Main One. All these women, all over the place, are part of the new ecosystem, and they are leading the way for others to follow. So I've mentioned lasting institutions and the importance of ethical corporate culture and the social responsibility. I mentioned the work of Tony Elumelu and Aliko Dangote in that regard. And then the legacy building in public life. Public service offers perhaps the greatest opportunity and the greatest responsibility for legacy building. Politicians, civil servants, and other public officers have the broadest platform to build legacy because their decisions affect societies and generations to come. So, of course, we have challenges as mentors, time constraints. We are all busy. We are all trying to stretch the 24-hour day to do all the things we have to multitask that we get done, particularly women. Will think, I don't want to bring this talk down by talking about what we women have to do. I don't want us to feel that we are doing anything extraordinary. Women before us have done it. We are doing it. Women after us will do it. That is why we are celebrated over and over and over again. So, sometimes mentees misunderstand our mentorship. So there's a slight misalignment of expectations. Some mentees expect that your mentorship should include boosting their bank accounts. That is not always the case. Sometimes you just need somebody with the right advice at the right time. And then legacy, being intangible, is difficult to quantify, which can deter intentional offers of mentorship. Because you are thinking, even if I pull her up, is she going to admit to the world that I had a hand in it? But the thing is this: it is God that is pulling her up, using you. If you refuse to be used, if God wants to lift that person up, that person will be lifted up in spite of you. So why don't you be part of God's program for that person? Because most people will say, when they get there now, they will not recognize me. No. Your parts are different. And if it is God's will to lift that person up, whether you do it or not, the person will be lifted and lifted above you as a lesson to you. That is the order of nature. Mentorships take time. Legacy building isn't always measurable. But the truth is, what matters most is really urgent. And what's urgent is really what lasts. So we have to make a choice. Will we be people who consume success or people who cultivate significance? Mentorship is that intentional cultivation of significance in the lives of others. It's a decision to slow down, reach back, and lift someone higher. So, the ultimate question is this: when the history of our time is written, what will remain because we once served? Will it be stronger institutions or more principled legal system, a more innovative economy, a more just society? So my message this afternoon has been simple. Give your knowledge, give your encouragement, give your opportunity. You may discover that the more you give away, the more leadership, influence, and legacy come back to you. After all, the secret of leadership is not merely rising. It is rising and taking others with you. Thank you very much for listening.
Please let us continue to appreciate our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. You can please be seated. We're moving on now to have a fireside chat. And this session is going to be anchored by Madam Chair of NBA Lagos, Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo-Akingbade. We'll have, at the end of the fireside chat, just one question from the audience as we explore in this session.
Control. They said their generator blew this morning, but whether the devil likes it or not, we must conclude the business of the day here today. My lord, my lady, that was a powerful paper, powerful keynote presentation. I think it deserves a standing ovation. Please. Thank you so very much, ma. And my lady's coming here, I would say, was divinely orchestrated. I don't know how miraculously she picked up the call and decided to grace us by being our keynote speaker, but I'm sure that she has impacted each and every one of us in this room, regardless of our age. And if you look around in the room, something that we are very particular about is that mentorship cuts across ages. Whether you're young, intermediate, you're older, everybody needs mentorship. And I'm happy that the room represents that, not just young people that are here. So the purpose of this fireside chat, my lady has spoken to us very profoundly, and we've all picked up the lessons, but we want to get a bit up close and personal with you, ma. Yes. You know, as women, we socioculturally, societally, we have our roles, we have the things that we navigate, deal with, juggle, all while trying to climb this leadership ladder. So, my lord, going personal. How many of you here know that my lady has 7 boys? 7. 7. I emphasize that because some of us that have 2 or 3 are going out of our minds. She has 7, and she's a justice of the Supreme Court, CFR. And boys. If you have boys, you know what it takes to raise them. My lady, we want you to tell us a little bit about your journey, your personal life,
how you were able to birth your children, raise them, manage your career. We have a lot of women who take time off from work to raise children. We have a lot of women who go a different path because they want to preserve their homes, they want to raise their children. Everybody's journey is not the same, but we can learn from my lady and how she was able to navigate with 7 children. Please, ma, let's get a bit personal.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I don't really know where to start. As someone said earlier on, when you graduate and you leave law school, I, for one, speaking for myself, I didn't know anything. When my son was in law school, the first lawyer, I have 3 lawyers, and he was throwing fits about the exam.
My lord, I'm so sorry to interject. Out of those 3 lawyers, one is a senior advocate of Nigeria, one is a judge, a high court judge. Let it sink in. Please carry on, ma.
So I didn't know anything. So when it was going on and on and on and on about how hard law school was in his own generation, I'm like, can't even remember. Did I read during law school? Did I read during law school? I couldn't remember. You know, we were so young and so. It was just where God, just the wind of fortune blew us. That's the only way I can put it. So it was not intentional. Nothing was intentional. It was just in my own generation. It was where the winds of fortune blew us. Whether it was in banking, in litigation, in this and that. So I got married early. I graduated quite early. In 1977 I was 20, and in 78 I was 21. So I have always liked adventure. So I went to Old Gongola for my NYC. The whole world said, go and change it. In those days, was this to change? I said, I'm going to the north. So Nigeria was good. You could go anywhere at any time, and So about the children, they just came because they just came. The only one that were intentional were the last 2, because my husband wanted a girl. And he got twin boys instead. So bringing them up, by the time I started with Ondo State, my home state, as the state council. Then I got married. Then my husband was settled in Ibadan. So I needed a job in Ibadan. So one day I was just walking up and down. I saw signboard, Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, entered. I had an interview in Lagos and they employed me. So I became a Legal Aid Council. Then I became the state officer for Legal Aid, the Legal Aid Council at the time, in 1981, late 81. So, and I loved the work at the Legal Aid Council. So after a couple of years, my husband went to Sokoto to work and insisted that I should follow him. I was transferred to Sokoto. There I met so many people who are still my friends to date. And the chief judge of Sokoto State in those days used to call me, Legal Aid, they're the only lawyers that will enter heaven. So, so I worked with the Legal Aid Council in Sokoto, came back, and then I was transferred to Lagos. And my husband said, you want me to stay at home? with 2 babies and 5 boys to nanny, come back to Ibadan. Fortuitously for me, I now reluctantly became a chief magistrate because I had to come back to Ibadan to join my husband, who was then settled, who had left Sokoto, who had settled in Ibadan. And I got my job as a chief magistrate. There's a reason for this story. As a chief magistrate grade 1, because prior to that, before I went to Sokoto, I was with the Legal Aid Council. The chief judge at the time, we used to have a meeting called Prerogative of Mercy and Speedy Administration of Criminal Justice meetings. So at that meeting, I would be the only person to speak from beginning to end. Before the meeting, I would have gone to all the prisons in Oyo State before the creation of Osun State. The ATMs, they are waiting trial inmates, those who should be pardoned, this and that and this and this. I will talk and talk and talk and talk. So when I had the interview to become a chief magistrate, I failed all the 3 questions asked by the chief judge of the state. I didn't know them. So I got home, I told my husband, I said, no show. I even knew the questions. I passed some of the questions, the ones asked by other members of the Judicial Service Committee. But the 3 questions asked by the chief judge, I failed them. So of course, no show. Lo and behold, a few days later, the chief registrar called me, said, come and take your letter of appointment. I went to him. What happened, sir? How? I know I failed the questions by the chief judge. He said, that because of what you used to do when you were in legal aid, or you went to Lagos, as you left, the chief judge told everybody, whether Ogunwumiju passed my question or not, she will do the work of 10 magistrates. Employ her. So, the work I did then that got me the job in 1990 were things I did between 1983 and 1985, when he was number 2 to the chief judge. The chief judge that I did the work for had actually left. He was number 2, so he was a member of that committee. I said, Ogunwumiju will do the work of. So they now told him that they've never appointed somebody as chief magistrate grade 1 direct. So you have to be chief magistrate grade 2, then they'll promote you to chief magistrate grade 1. He said the chief judge said she will do the work of 10 magistrates. You have to appoint her whatever she says she wants. So I entered the magistracy already with quote and unquote enemies. That's where I met my tormentor, who shall remain unnamed. So, this woman that they brought from somewhere to become chief magistrate grade 1, blah, 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 blah. No pedigree, didn't know anybody, didn't know any lawyer. So it's just that when I was at legal aid, I would do my work. And I'm quoting this example, not for self-aggrandizement, but to tell you that diligence is the mother of good fortune. Diligence is the mother of good fortune. Because that singular appointment taught me a lesson throughout my career. First of all, I thought I had failed. Because when you fail the questions of the chief judge, the chairman of the panel, what else? But the diligence that he knew of me for about 3 years, between 1981 to 83, 84, when I left for Sokoto, and he now became chief judge, he insisted that I should be appointed chief magistrate grade 1. To the glory of God. Not by my power, not by my might. So the punchline is this: no work is wasted. No diligence is wasted. That's the reason why I'm telling the story. It is not for self-aggrandizement. And that it taught me throughout my career, even as a judge, You never know the case that will blow up in your face. You never know. It may be the simplest case you can imagine. That they will now write petition to NJC. You will now be carrying file up and down and become a litigant yourself. So you never can tell. You never can tell the case you will argue in court, and the judge will take note of you and say, come and apply for sale. I've done it a couple of times at the Supreme Court. There's a So, about bringing up the children, I was a very strict mother. And in my house, we have strict pecking order. They obey each other. They call each other brother. They must show respect. And I never interfered in their affairs. If they are shouting and doing giddy giddy in the house, I will send somebody, say there's no blood. It's normal. So, they never quarreled, they never got physical. Because from the beginning, you have to obey the last order. Strict military discipline. So now, I don't even have to interfere in anything. Go and report this one to this to this to this. They will discipline each other. So God has helped me. It is the glory of God.
Awesome. Diligence is the mother of good fortune. Let the children raise themselves. Paraphrasing.
I didn't say that, oh. A lot of the learned said to me one day, to the younger ones, when mommy used to award contract for Pankere. Let me interpret it, that the world has spoiled. You know, by the time you are tired, by the time he gets to the younger ones. So he looked at them doing something and said, hey, if mommy catches you, well, the world has spoiled. If you had come when mommy used to award contract for Pankere, you will know yourself. Pankere is Cain. So I was you had to be polite, you had to do your homework, and then you have to be friends with your children. I think that's the most important thing. Friends with your children. You have to be friends with your children. And God helped me, gave me that advice. My mother gave me that advice. She had 7 of us, and she was friends with us. So you have to make an effort. Yes, you are tired at the end of the day. You had a hard day. But you must make friends with your children. I hate football with a passion. But my children believe that I love football. Because when they were young, they are playing, I will sit there. I'll say, the thing gives me a palpitation. Because, you see, when they score, let me know. So this one will score and say, hey! I'll say, hey! Mom is my own club that lost. I'll say, sorry, take ice cream. So try as much as possible to be friends with your children, particularly in the teenage years, when they really need you. Sometimes they are telling you stuff and they can't say it out. They can't verbalize how they are feeling. they are going through a lot of emotions in their teenage years. And because you are busy, you can't see it. But if you are friends with them, you're able to see sometimes, oh, this is not how he normally looks. This is not how she normally behaves. Then you draw them near. And please, solve the problem before you abuse or cane. When they come to you, solve the problem first. Maybe 6 months down the line, you can now say, that's how you did the other day. But solve the, so they know that they can come to you for a resolution of whatever their problem is. That is how God taught me. And God has helped me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my Lord. We have so many questions for her, but we are pressed for time. So a final question for you, my Lord. My lady. A final question. A lot of women are wives, aspiring wives. What advice do you have for us in terms of managing our spouses? By God's grace, God has blessed and will bless us with good spouses that can empower us and tolerate us. But how do we, you were a High Court judge, Court of Appeal judge. How did you balance the power dynamics in your home so that it wouldn't be like you're coming to do my Lord at home? How did you, in terms of husband, in terms of family, as a high person of high standing in society, how did you manage those dynamics to ensure that the family relationship continued to sail smoothly?
Well, in the first instance, I've never seen myself as a person of high standing in society. I see myself as Heli Murunkeji. Then secondly, I'm a Christian. The Bible tells the men, love your wives. The Bible tells the women, obey your husband. And I will always give this example. The following morning, after I became a High Court judge in Ondo State, for the first time in 18 years of marriage, I knelt down to greet my husband. He said, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you any money. Why are you kneeling now? Why are you kneeling? Because since the day the ceremony, when you get married now, during the engagement, and they tell you to kneel down, and wedding, they tell you to give him cake. That was the last time I knelt. So, succinctly, the higher you go, the humbler you become. So as not to let me cut a long story short. The higher you go, the humbler you become. They have their ego. It's even worse. If you are a lawyer, they may not feel that threatened. But if you are a judge, and people are fawning all over you, my Lord, it is natural. Even your female friends are jealous. That's truth. That's the truth. People around you, relatives, friends, are jealous because they see you as a powerful person. So, and then somebody that lives with you, who is supposed to have both spiritual, moral, legal authority over you, as they say in our culture, and everybody is seeing you around him. It is natural. It is just that some men cannot control themselves. And it has nothing to do with your promotion. Such men are just bad. Simple. No matter what you do, it will not satisfy them. And they will look for any opportunity to abuse you. Most men, 95% of men, they won't like it, they will tolerate it. Some of them, maybe, let me say 5%, they will love you for it. But the important thing with the like 90% who will tolerate you and allow you to take care of yourself, take care of your career, make progress in your career. The magic wand is to become more humble. If you have been argumentative, reduce the argument. If it was 10, reduce it to -1. That is the truth. That's why I don't talk in public. I have no filter. I don't talk in public. I avoid it. I don't know what she used. So that's the truth. I'm not going to tell you. Don't worry. You see, you are a woman. You have equal rights. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Your children need their father, and they need a present father, and they need a father who appears to care for you and care for them. That is your primary assignment. Throughout the time I was a magistrate and a high court judge, my husband used to look at me when we go on social occasions, and people are telling me, your wife is very intelligent, she's very hardworking. Do a double take. Are they talking about the same person? Because he used to harass me at home. They say judges are very hardworking, and they're always working. I've never seen you where you are working. Don't go and spoil my name, oh. You are bearing my name, oh. I know the time he will come home. I'll pack all my books. Put them away when he's around. There can't be two guys in the house now. I'll pack my books when he's around. When he's asleep, I'll sneak out and go and do my work if I have to. If I have a deadline, you know, magistrate judges, you have to deliver judgment within 3 months. We are not like lawyers who will come for extension of time after 3 years of filing writ of summons. For those of you who do that, the new Supreme Court rules has caught you, and we are hoping that it will filter down. You'll file writ of summons and come for extension of time to file statement of claim after 3 years. We don't have that luxury as judges. You have to deliver judgment within 3 months. So sometimes you have to steal out in the middle of the night, go to one corner, start writing so that you'll be able to deliver your judgment within the time stipulated by the Constitution. There cannot be two masters. Oh, you must concede that leadership of the home to your husband. I have told you before, there are some that are inherently wicked. So whether you are selling leaf in the market, they will still be nasty. Whether you are the female president of Nigeria, they will be nasty. Those are exceptions. But most men are nice. Just give them their space, be nice, give them their honor. My husband never saw me writing judgments at home. He used to have, hey, don't let them sack you. It's my name you are bearing, oh. Don't let them sack you, oh. I've never seen, they always say that judges are always very hardworking. I've never seen you. Because by the time he comes home, I'm doing cake. I'm doing this. I and my children, we are watching something on television. We are doing something. I'm doing the girly madam things. He never saw me working. It used to upset him. Don't go and spoil my name. You this woman. So when we go out and they say, your wife is very smart. She's very hardworking. Are they talking about the same person? So that is, for me, it worked for me. It worked for me. So it can work for others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my lady. I'm so pressed for... okay. Let us have something to say. 1 point, because we are so behind schedule. For those who have questions, I'm sorry. We can't take your questions. We are so behind.
I'm sorry I have to do this, but my lady, I wanted to say thank you very much on behalf of all of us grateful women here. I had to ask Uchenna, how did you get my lady to come here?
I don't know what she said. I don't know.
Whatever it is that she said, my lady, we are very grateful to her. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is our own Ruth Bader Ginsburg. My lady, for those of us that don't, Lord. It's not positive, it's actually derogatory. Somebody made a contribution and said, as far as she's concerned, it's a mark of regard, and what I've said is absolutely wrong. And a lot of people then echoed it and felt that, why am I saying that? When it's a mark of regard, we're struggling to be regarded. And an appellation that gives us regard, I am saying that we shouldn't be bearing my Lord. So I'm so grateful because I know that many people here are better informed as to the distinction, or as to why we really shouldn't be bearing my Lord, or we shouldn't be accepting gentlemen in skirts. There's nothing like gentlemen in skirts.
There's nothing like that.
So thank you very much, my lady. I just had to say thank you very much, Chair, for the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I say a word about that? Most female judges say they don't like being addressed as my lady. That some male lawyers have a way of saying it in a funny, familiar manner. And I say it depends on the judge. Even as a magistrate, I cannot imagine a lawyer coming before me. Those who have appeared before me, you know, I can't imagine a lawyer, no matter the rank, coming before me to talk down at me. Because that's the reason why most, and for judges, it depends on the way you carry yourself. If you know your law, and they know they can't come to your court to ride roughshod over you, whether they call you Moro Nkeji, which is my name, given to me by my parents, which I cherish, or they call me my lord, my lady, it does not matter. They know that they will surely respect me. There's no doubt about that. So it's only you know, an ignorant judge is a calamity to the innocent. You know? So when you are an ignorant judge, any lawyer can come and call you anything in your court. But if they know that they are coming to meet somebody that knows what he or she is doing, you call me Moronkeji if you like, but you will respect the authority of the Federal Republic of Nigeria by which I sit. So I've never agreed with it. And that's why I tell everybody, I prefer my lady. I always cringe at the juxtaposition of my lord, he, she, you know? I cringe because it is just not grammatic. You are saying he, you are saying she in the same sentence. It's not dramatic. It's not grammatic. So I always cringe. Okay, which language are we speaking now? Is it this English language you taught in school, or which one now? When there is my lord and a she and a he. So let's stick to, you know, whichever is actually grammatic. And we are women. I am very happy to be a woman with all the pounds of lipstick and powder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me that this has been an amazing, insightful, transformational conversation. Please appreciate with me my lady, Honorable Justice Helen Moronkeji Ogunwumiju. Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting our hearts on fire. Thank you so very kindly, ma'am. You may please be seated. Thank you very much. We're at this point going to present a little token of appreciation to my lady. Please welcome with me Mrs. Efe Itomi to make this presentation. A round of applause as she makes her way upstage, please. Could we also please have the chair of the NBA Lagos Mentoring Committee, Mrs. Chinenye Ragu, upstage? Thank you. Please let's appreciate our mentors, our panelists, and of course, my lady as they head back to their seats. Thank you very much. Please let us appreciate our mentors as they head back to their seats. Right now, we're going to be having a spoken word presentation. Please put your hands together to deliver this. Ms. Cynthia Ekeka. A round of applause for her as she makes her way upstage. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way upstage.
Years after years of commemoration of International Women's Day, women are still glaring victims of barbaric norms, customs, gender bias institutional setup. Who would have thought that in 2026, women were mass stripped naked, sexually assaulted in the public place at Ozoro, Delta State? What was the offense? They dared to come out on a day that their freedom to movement was outrightly denied. Who would have thought that Malala Yousafzai, as young as 15, nearly escaped being assassinated by a gunman? What was the offense? She was advocating for girls' right to education in Pakistan. Who would have thought that in 2026, roughly 137 women are being killed by family members or partners on daily basis? Who would have thought that in 2026, under representation of women in political spheres, rooms of decision making, carcasses of impact is still a thing? Well, I am here to remind you that the women in this room have all it takes to fight for themselves and fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. But what if we keep playing victim? How much more the women who do not have as much education as us? Those who lack exposure to make the move, not even know what the law says about their rights. What about the young girl in the street, oblivion of what tomorrow holds or where she goes from here? What really happens when we keep playing victims instead of taking the bull by the horn? It is time to rise and challenge the status quo that relegates women to the backyard. How do we even occupy spaces when we weren't bold enough to push our eligibility? If they do not nominate you, nominate yourself. Show them that you are fit for this job, not just because you're a woman and gender balance is needed, but because you have the capability, ability, and propensity to deliver much more than the women of Hebrew. It is time to teach our boys too that our girls are not less human, that the sky has always been too large for everyone to excel. So making the space unsafe for the female gender is repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience. It is time to keep showing up and showing off. No timidity, no inferiority complex. For as many as women that will keep rising, raising their heads up, doubling their productivity, putting in more work, standing out in all strata, the society will have no other option than to adjust. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let us appreciate Cynthia Ekeka for that presentation. Still to come today, we have a round of conversations. And our second panel is going to be exploring the theme, Women in Leadership, Influencing the Bar, the Boardroom, and Beyond. We also are going to have a mentoring session today. And we know that at the end of today's IWD commemoration program, every woman will truly be leaving this place empowered and inspired to lead. Please put your hands together to introduce the next panel for Ms. Tubosia Ibama. A round of applause for Ms. Tubosia Ibama as she makes her way forward to introduce the next panel. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, my lady, Leonard Silks, esteemed panel. The evolving role of women in the legal profession in Nigeria the impact they're making across various spheres, and the opportunities that lie ahead for even greater leadership and influence. I have been given the interesting pleasure to introduce and invite the panelists as well as the moderator for this session, which is comprised of accomplished leaders, trailblazers, and change makers in their respective fields. The first panelist whom I have the pleasure of introducing is Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN. Mrs. Ali SAN is a senior advocate of Nigeria with over 40 years of experience in commercial litigation, international arbitration, and dispute resolution. She's the founder and partner of Folashade Ali and Associates, a Lagos firm handling complex commercial and cross-border disputes. The Learned Silk is the current chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association section on legal practice and is leading the launch of Nigeria's first comprehensive law firm directory to improve firm visibility and professional standards. She serves on several boards, including Lakoe Lakes Hospitality Limited. She's a member of the Institute of Directors Women Development Committee, and she actively mentors women, having championed the MBA Women's Forum's first sexual harassment policy. With a thunderous applause, let us make welcome Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN. Thank you. Our second panelist is an Amazon who is equal parts inspiring and amazing. Our second panelist is Mrs. Ozofo Latunde Ogemudia. She's a deputy managing partner at Udo Udoma and Bello Asage, where she co-heads the corporate advisory, private wealth, and pro bono teams, and is a member of the private equity, mergers and acquisitions, and employment team. She's recognized for her extensive experience in private equity, M&A, corporate and commercial law, corporate restructuring, regulatory compliance, labor, and it goes on and on and on. Can we please put our hands together for Mrs. Ogemudia? Now, the last panelist, but certainly not the least, we have a distinguished voice who reminds us that advancing women in leadership is a conversation for everyone. The last panelist is Mr. Olabisi Makonjuola. He's a partner at Olaniwo Ajayi LP, where he leads the dispute resolution practice. With nearly 2 decades of experience, he's recognized for his expertise in high-stakes disputes involving corporate shareholding, capital market regulation, white-collar crimes, and infrastructure projects. Mr. Makonjuola has been consistently acknowledged as a recommended partner, listed among Africa's top 50 arbitration practitioners, and ranked by Chambers Global Guide as a thorough counsel. Can we make welcome? I mean, he's already here, but can we put our hands together for Mr. Makonjuola? Thank you. Finally, I have the honor of introducing the radiant, dynamic, illustrious moderator of this distinguished panel, Dr. Rita George Oko, who will be guiding this conversation. She's a distinguished lawyer and principal partner at Riago Legal with over 15 years of experience. She holds directorships in reputable companies, including Honduras Energy Limited, Starting Project and Construction Limited, as well as Brickwell Alliance Limited. She's a recipient of an honorary doctorate in leadership and conflict management from the American Management University and a respected figure in the Nigerian legal community. She's a dedicated philanthropist. Her philanthropic efforts include co-founding an NGO that empowers secondary school students and supports the vulnerable in society. Let us make welcome Dr. Rita George Oko. Thank you.
Esteemed guests, distinguished panelists, and of course, all the beautiful women here. Good afternoon, this hot afternoon. Please bear with us. We'll try and wrap it up fast because we know we are way behind time. My job, it's a big honor to be moderating this beautiful panel. Just expect more fire in this room, because the leaders I have here are not joking. Women in leadership, influencing the bar, the boardroom, and beyond. Leadership today extends far beyond traditional titles. Female lawyers increasingly occupy influential roles across the bar. The judiciary, corporate organizations, public institutions, and professional organizations. This session examines the evolving role of women as leaders within and beyond the legal profession. Panelists will share perspectives on how women can step into leadership roles, build influence within institutions, and contribute meaningfully to shaping policy, professional standards, and organizational culture. Today, participants will leave you and I with a deeper understanding of how to embrace leadership opportunities, exercise influence responsibly, and contribute to building stronger professional institutions. Once again, please welcome to this session. I'll go straight to my Lene Silk. Since your emergence as chair of the MBA section on business law, section on legal practice, pardon me, we have seen a clear shift, greater visibility, stronger direction, and evolving policies. What intentional leadership decisions did you make early on that set this tone? And what can women learn about stepping into leadership and immediately creating impact?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And to the few men in the house, especially my dear Mr. B.C. Makonjola, who is a woman today, I say, join us, welcome on board. So the question is very simple. They said, what did I do? And how come we've set the tone? And I think they've said it all this afternoon. I was very intentional. I was intentional from day one. And it wasn't when I was inaugurated last year, August. When I knew that I was going to contest to be the next chairman of the MBA section on legal practice, I started thinking and I planned. I was prepared. I did not wait until the day I resumed office in August last year. Immediately, I put in my papers, we started planning. I put together a think tank called Young, Innovative, Brilliant Men and Women, because I knew I couldn't do it by myself. I knew I'm an old woman, and I know that I needed people that could think, and that's what I did first. So 4 months before I resumed, I had a plan. On the day I was inaugurated, for everyone that was in Enugu, I wrote down my plan. On that day, we had already decided on the date for this conference that we have in 2 weeks' time. I announced it on my first day in office. It didn't come just because it was a date. It was because I planned for it, and I didn't plan alone. I had a dedicated team of people, so you must make wise choice. When you are given a task, you can't go solo because you'll fail. You need a team, and that team must be people that have minds and can drive your vision. I knew I first of all thought, where's the section today, and where do we want it to be? Everybody hears of SBL, right? But most people do not. I mean, we do hear of section on legal practice, but there's this misconception is about those that go to court, which is not what we're about. We're actually the core of legal practice. Everyone was called to bar, yes or no? So we are all lawyers. And it's not about going to court. It's about the ethics of the profession. It's about professional ethics. It's about the standards that you and me must keep. And I thought, where are we today? And where do I want the section to be in just 2 years? So it required intentionality, which we heard the keynote speaker say and a few speakers. So anytime you're given a task, remember that people are watching. And it's not about title. It's about making impact. And that impact can only be made by planning. You know, a leader is not just a leader. You must serve. You must be a servant leader. And what I did was, I could not do this. I got together people I thought could help, and they gave us vision. So today, we're all talking about law firm directory. We had about 7 different ideas, and we decided that which one did we think we could accomplish in our first year. And I said, this is a no-brainer. In this technological age, how can it be that Nigeria doesn't have a law firm directory? It doesn't augur well. And we decided that was our first task. Let's have a law firm directory where it's for visibility. That's what it is. If I'm in Lagos and I need a lawyer in Bayelsa to help me, I have to call a colleague, please, who is good in immigration? Who is good in corporate law? Who is good in landlord? I have this land I want to, or a pipeline. I'm always looking for people in Niger Delta to help me with my transactions because there's no law firm directory. So the reason we decided to go for this is that I thought we must touch the rural. It's not about those in the city alone. And how do we do this? It's by getting them out so that they can be part of this legal profession. So my colleagues in Ado Ekiti, the ones in Bayelsa, the ones in Niger, everyone now, very soon, will know each other. And that for me was the beginning of a planning. So planning does not happen in one day. You must start thinking and then execution. You know, and excellence for me is really key in anything you're given. We've done well in SLP. We're not at SB, and I'll tell you why. SLP started years ago, and then there was a problem. And then it's just started again 9 years ago. And I'm happy to say in 9 years, we've made impact. We made impact because I'm standing on shoes of those who have decided that the legal practice must have ethics. We must have standards. And those standards can only be kept is, please, first of all, be intentional. Remember that that opportunity you're being given, you might not get it again. So make impact. You're being told to serve. You're being told to serve tea. You're being told to write some notes. When people come to me, even interns, I know those I'm going to call back because I know that those were lazy. So you must first of all make
That was quite insightful. So, to be a good leader, you need to plan, have a good team whose vision also aligns with yours. So, no man is an island. So, the ability of a leader to also spot people whose vision aligns with their purpose is a talent. Align with your vision, people who align with be big on delivery, because that's what speaks even after you have left that position. Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. Building on that, I would move to Ms. Ozofu. Not many women have chaired the section of business law. Did you have to do anything differently to maybe position yourself personally or professionally?
A scripture I was surprised. So let me borrow from that leaf. The Bible says that the race is not to the swift or the battle to the strong. Riches to men of understanding, or favor to men of skill. Time and chance happen to all. I think that I came at a time when the profession was more aware of how women had not been given the rightful place of leadership. And you can see it across the legal profession. The Honorable Lady Justice mentioned the President of the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice of the Federation, and then look across the NBA as well. There are 2 section chairs here that are female. The 3rd section chair is female. The chair of the Women's Forum, of course, is female. The chair of the Lawyers with Disabilities is female. The chair of Lagos branch is female. It's going round. But I don't think it's because, it's the popular thing to do. I think it's because it's the right thing to do. I think women have always worked hard across the profession. But just as it is in the corporate world, in any world, any part of life, it's just that when it comes to choosing a leader, some might always be in the men. But I think the arguments that would have stood before no longer stand. Now, in terms of, I also don't want to give the impression I did nothing. When I joined the SBL, how I joined, I asked if there was anything I could do, and I was given a task to do. And I just did it with all my heart. I find fulfillment in the work I do that's not paid. So the work I do with the MBA, SBL, the work I do with the NESG, and in my office, I head pro bono. So all the things I do that I'm not paid to do, the only reason I do them is out of passion and commitment. And when you're doing something out of passion and commitment, you don't need to be paid for it. You don't need to be chased to do it. You just do it with all your heart. And you also do it whether or not you are seen for doing it. So all the work I was doing was behind the scenes initially. And that led to the work I did on the camera. Maybe that was the first thing that was visible. And then one thing led to another, till eventually I became the secretary of the council. I wasn't in line to become the chair, but I knew that there were women that could very well be the chair. But again, as I said, time and chance. And the opportunity came. And I just thought to myself, and as a woman, I don't know if there are some honest women here that would admit that sometimes when you have an opportunity to step up to a position of leadership, especially a position where you are the leader, you're not one of the many leaders, you're like the top leader, you hesitate and you wonder, can I do this? And I actually thought, where did I come from? I think, when did I start? How did this land on my lap? But I just trusted that because I didn't campaign for it, I didn't ask for it, I didn't have a conversation with anybody to get to where I was in line to run for it. I just thought, maybe it's God. Maybe there's something I can do with this position. So I hope that at the end of my tenure, I've justified it. But that's really what I can say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you were speaking, my mind just went to grace. When grace finds you, will you be qualified? So it's one thing to find yourself in the position when things just come to you. But at the time when they come, will you be qualified? So while you're waiting, while you're trying to discover yourself, while you're waiting for that big break, position yourself and also improve on yourself so that when it comes, you are qualified. So thank you very much for that. I would move to the one and only man here. I will call him the Arole of this family. Mr. BC, our immediate past chair. You have navigated leadership at the highest levels of the bar, while also serving as a partner in one of the foremost law firms in Nigeria. Also, raising your children as a single parent. From that unique perspective, a very unique one, what would you say to women, particularly those with significant personal responsibilities, who feel that their circumstances limit their ability to pursue leadership? Like she just said, where you second guess yourself, you think and say, "Oh, I'm not qualified for this. I can't." When opportunities come before us and we think twice and hesitate to take it up, what will you say to such women who their circumstances seem to limit them? What would you say?
Okay, so let me start by saying a very good afternoon to everybody here. And more importantly, to say another good afternoon to the chairs of the SLP and the SBL. I'm proud to say that I belong to the two sections. So I'll tell a personal story. Some people may know, some may not know. And I think that there are many women who are in my shoes today. Likewise, men also are in my shoes. So I decided to run for the chair of the NBA Lagos branch sometime in January 2021. 2022, forgive me. I mean, almost 4 years ago. Some may know and some may not know. What I thought was going to be the happiest day of my life turned out to be the saddest of my life. And what happened? Imagine willing a pregnant woman to what you thought was perhaps one of the best hospitals in Lagos. And then you come back with none of them. Yes, none of them. Mother and child went. And this was whilst I was running to be chairman of the bar in Lagos. Yes. And so I had two options. Life has taught me a terrible blow. So let me just focus on my family, drop wanting to be a leader, drop wanting to lead, and then, just accept my fate, as you say, Nigeria had happened to you, so accept it and move on. But after 2 weeks, I was back in the office. All my partners saw me, they were surprised. What are you doing here? And I'm like, life must go on. I have an election to run. I have work to do. I have children to take care of. And so there are women who are in my shoes today who life has taught a bitter lesson. Why do you want to lose hope? Why do you want to accept that you failed? As they say, when life throws a lemon at you, you make lemonade out of it. So in my case, I made lemonade out of the lemon that had been thrown my way. And like I said, 2 weeks after I was in the office, a lot of my friends had asked me if I was still going to run for chair of the branch. I said, why not? What I've not told you is that about 3 months after, I then lost my line partner in December. Dr. Keke Kweme, may God bless you. And so typically it was a perfect opportunity for me to just give up. And election was about 6 months after, June 2023. But I accepted my faith. I moved on, and as God would have it, I won the election. But that is not the story. The story is that as chair of the branch, of course, I had work
the webinar that is on Thursday. You can't just take your time. So I've learned how to compartmentalize, and then things with work, and maybe uniquely for me, maybe as an additional challenge, I'm probably the first SBL chair that is not a founder of a firm, that is not the managing partner of the firm. So I have senior partner and managing partner I'm reporting to, and I can't just say, oh, I'm SBL chair, you understand, I can't work. So other partners are working, then at the end of the year, we will share the money. So I have to do my work. I have to do work as if I was not, I work the same way as I did before I became the chair. So I have clients to manage, I have marketing to do. How about that? Then I have admin stuff in the office to do, and then this. So sometimes I can't do it all. It's overwhelming, and some balls drop. But I always kind of have my check. So there are times I know I need to dedicate today to SBL. I need to make calls, I need to write certain letters, I need to do certain visits, I need to get things done. And then I do that. There are times when I know I've taken my eyes off a transaction to put my eye on it, and I do. And then in terms of home, I guess I thank God, my kids are all, my youngest child is now 13, so I don't have babies anymore. So at least that phase is done with, they can all take care of themselves. Incidentally, they're all boarders, but it's not because it was convenient for me. I was a boarder, so that's kind of why we did it. But, things just, but like today, before I came, I was at another conference, and then I got a video call from my oldest child. So I stepped out to take it, and she just wanted to gist. I stayed outside and I gisted a bit, and that was it. So you make time, and I really love what the lady justice said about your marriage. I see, to the ladies that are single, when you're marrying. In fact, yesterday night, my oldest sister came to my house, and she was saying something to me. She said that one of her greatest concerns before she married was that she will not have a good marriage. So that was the one thing she prayed about, and that she married her friend. That's what she was saying, that she's happy 99% of the time. I know that many women don't achieve that, but I married my friend, and I married someone that supports me. It's important. But at the same time, please, let's remember what Lady Justice said as well about humility at home. It is such a thing when you're a leader and you're a woman and you're so visible and you're making money. It's all those things. If you can stay humble, you will have a good home. You will have and you will continue. You see, God lifts the humble. He resists the proud. So, like I said before, don't do any of these things for the recognition. Just do them. Keep working. The recognition will come. Okay? I don't know if I've actually answered the question, so hopefully I threw a few things around. Thank you.
Yes, just to buttress, you mentioned your mom being an inspiration and a mirror. So what we do, most of us here are leaders. In your homes, when you're seated with your children, you are a leader. Well, if you own a property, when you sit with your tenants, you are a leader. In church, you might be the choir leader. So in those spaces, how do you affect your immediate environment? You should live your life like the mirror that the other person is viewing. So you drew inspiration from your mom, and she did that even without knowing. And you have managed to mirror her, which is very much because your inspiration is from home. So when we live our lives, we should, whether anybody is watching or not, just live your life like you are the Bible, you are the mirror somebody else is opportuned to experience right now. And that's why it's as if my thoughts are a bit distorted. I would move to Leonard Silk. This question I'm going to ask you, I think is going to answer to me personally. You attained the rank of a senior advocate at a stage where many professionals begin to slow down. Yet, for you, that moment seemed to mark a new phase of visibility, service, and leadership. When I read through your profile, I saw that you were called to bar a year after I was born. I was expecting to see an old woman. When I saw you, I was amazed. I think your genes should be extracted and studied. So what shifted for you at that point? What shifted? And what does your journey say to women who feel, I have missed my time. My mates have left me. They have outrun me. How do I catch up? What is your message to that woman?
Thank you, everyone. First of all, attaining the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria for me was a milestone, an achievement. But I don't look at it as, oh, I've done it. For most people, when they attain whatever rank in your profession, is the peak. And they now think, well, now I've done it, I can retire. So I was 60 when I became a senior advocate 3 years ago. So I'm 63 now. But when I attained it, for me, it was the signal that I had a lot that I wanted to do. It wasn't a signal to stop. For me, it was a call to service. And I thought, I'm not going to become a senior advocate and not encourage all the females that I know that there's nothing you cannot achieve. For me, age is a number, and it doesn't mean anything to me. Anyone that knows me, BC Makonjola, the immediate past year is an example. Uchena is an example. I've worked with them. I serve. When I have any opportunity, he came to meet me around that time when he had just lost his wife. Said, Mr. Ali, I need a favor. I said, what's that? Please, can you be chairman for Law Week? I said, me, I don't have time. He said, Mrs. Ali, please. I looked at him. I said, yes. But I knew that I had gotten myself into trouble. Because anyone that knows me, Obosa Akpata is there, Mr. Adegbomire is there, just name it. I'm always serving. Any planning committee, call my name. I don't say no. But you know why? I was called to buy in 1985. But I left Nigeria not long after. I went to England. I was called to buy in England. Then I met my husband. And I had to relocate to Côte d'Ivoire. And I could not practice law because I could not speak French. And I thought, wow. But I had my twin boys, and today I'm proud because I have my boys. They're 34. So I said, what am I going to do? But my husband was very, very accommodating. After 2 years, he knew I was miserable. He left his job, very, very demanding, very high-paying job at African Development Bank, and came back to Nigeria. And by that time, all my mates had gone. Most of them were judges. I said, where will I start from? So immediately, I wore that hat, defensive. I said, I can't practice. I don't want to go to court. So I decided the safe place to be is a commercial law firm. So I applied to Alukanoye body. I got in. Even then, they made me a senior advocate, but all the people that were on that level, I was way, way older than them. But it didn't matter. I did my work, and I made sure I made a mark. Till today, Alukanoye body, I'm still part of them because I made sure that I left on a good note.
Increase the size of that door so that more women can come in. And that takes me to the last question. To you, Mr. BC. Mr. BC, you are a leader who is always supporting women. What would you say to other men? Though we have just a few men here, but what would you say to men in the profession about the role they must play in shaping ship pipelines? That's one tier. I'll give you the second.
By the way, a good leader must be interested in successor. So I said to myself, by the way, a good leader must be interested in successor. So I said to myself, it would be nice to have a successor, and it would be nice for it to be a woman. And I looked around. Lagos branch had never the female chairman. And I looked around and by the way, we had met in court 2010. And before Justice Abang, And again, I was with Dr. K.K. Kwame, God bless his soul. And there was this young lawyer who was fantastic arguments. And I walked close to her and I, Madam, please, my partner says you should come, let's have a chat, whether I can join Olanu and Jai. And she's like, no, I'm not interested. And I was like, are you okay? This is who we are. And she says, I'm not interested. And that's what drew me to her. And so when I, became chair and I'd not yet been inaugurated, and in my mind I said to myself, this lady that said she didn't want to work at OA stands out as somebody who I think would be a good successor as chair. And we had the first meeting and she said she's not interested. So the first point to every woman is, look, why do you think I'm not interested? And she said she couldn't do it. But I think if we conduct a survey today, many in the room would agree that she can do it and she's doing it very, very well. And so to every woman in the room, you can do it. But you just need somebody to hold your hand or to nudge you. So you can do it. Then to the men, I'm doing a live case, where in the pleadings, a divorce matter, the husband says he left the house because the wife abused his destiny. So to the men, support, there are few men in the room, I see we here. We should support the women in our lives because their success is our success. Nobody cares, to be with a partner who is not successful. And like my lady said earlier on, while she was making her presentation, you need to have a supportive spouse. Many of us, I had a supportive spouse until Nigeria happened to me. And so the point really is that we should have supportive spouses and we should do the best that we can to nudge them and to push them. I find myself today having to send out many, many CVs, even those that I do not know. And it turns out that quite a lot of them are more females than male because the men seem to have a different trajectory. And that's why, for instance, in the judiciary today, I believe there are 76 judges, 50 of them are women in Lagos. My Lord Justice just says here, we have 50 female judges in Lagos today. I know Justice Mogumeju says that, and which is the truth, there are more men at the Supreme Court bench, but I guess the prayer is that at some point in time, the females would outnumber the men. And so for the men, really, we need to support the women. But for the women, it's for you to believe in yourself. And when you're given an opportunity, grab it and do the best that you can with it. Because in all of us, we all have what it takes. We all have what it takes. And if Uchenna Akimbade, who said she didn't think that she could be chair, is doing as good as she is today, I'm working with the chair of the SLP and the SBL, and they are pushing us sometimes. I even ask myself, where did these women get the energy from? So the point really is that women really are the future. And I stand to be corrected. I believe that there are more women lawyers than there are men lawyers. But the question is, how many of us are counted? Today, we have less than 50 female senior advocates in Nigeria. But the predominant population of lawyers are females. So where are we? We can do it. People like Mrs. Ali, SBL chair, my Lord Justice just said, and every other woman in the room here, we are shining examples that if you perspire, you would achieve what you want to achieve. And nothing will hold you back, no matter your individual circumstances. Thank you.
Aspire to acquire what you admire. If it backfires, don't retire. Always refire. So to every woman here, your voice matters, your dream matters, your presence in the world matters. Don't shrink yourself to make others comfortable. The world changes every time a woman chooses courage, confidence, and authenticity. Something stood out for me today amongst the panelists, the women, and my lady. They honor their husband. Please, if you have a good man, honor your husband. You will get the best out of him. Honor and respect. Yes, because I put the proviso, because sometimes if you have a good man, you would know. So honor your husband and you will get the best out of him. He will be your support. in pursuit of your dreams and aspirations. Learning Silk.
Just a quick one to everyone. I think the session is over. How many of you have registered in SLP Law Firm Directory? How many have not?
No.
How many have not registered? Please do. Lastly, we have our SLP conference on the 7th to 10th of April in Lagos National Theatre. How many have registered? If you have not registered, please do. Support me. Support SLP. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question? Do we have a question among the audience? Okay, no question. So knowledge is what you've gotten today. Please put it to use. And when you use the knowledge you've got, that's the real wisdom. Thank you. Let the fire keep burning. Don't let it atrophy. Thank you very much.
Please let us put our hands together for our moderator and esteemed panelists. That was a fiery conversation. She warned us ahead and she delivered, yes or yes. Can we please appreciate them once more? Thank you so much, Learned Silk, Mrs. Folashade Ali, Chair NBA SBL, Mrs. Ozofu, pardon me, SLB, Mrs. Ozofu Lasinde Ogemuda, and immediate past Chair Lagos, Mr. Olabisi Makojuola. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists, please. I'd like to respectfully ask, my Lord, Justice Joseph, to please present tokens of our appreciation to our panelists. Please, can we put our hands together? defender. We have Mrs. Doyin Rhodes Bible, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Managing Partner, Doyin Rhodes Bible and Co. Faye Etomi, Partner, Chief Rotimi Williams Chambers. Please, as we are calling you, please can you just take a table? It's supposed to be flexible. It's supposed to be random. Please pick a table as we are calling you. Please, can we have the people from the catering, ushers, as our mentors are going to the tables, please can you take everybody's order? Time is past spent, so we are going to try and compress the session. We all go for mentoring lunches. Yes, mentoring breakfast. So this one now is a mentoring lunch. We will eat while we talk. Move on. We have We are still here, but let's just do the formal wrap up. The hall is open for networking. Take a sip of something, unwind before bracing the traffic. It's been an amazing day. We'll have some announcements from Wimbiz.
Thank you very much. Can I just steal 2 minutes of your time, please? Hello? Hello? I know we don't want the conversations to end, but please spare me 2 minutes. Now, I've had a couple of people ask Wimbiz Network. Coming up on the screen is a barcode that you can sign to sign up. Are we together? Can the barcode come on the screen? How to become a Wimbiz member. And then today, I want to believe that you've all taken pictures, videos at every point in time. You're encouraged to please post on your social media handles about your experience. Hello? On Instagram, post on Facebook about your experience. Tag MBA Lagos, Wimbiz NG, and the hashtag is Women in Law. It's there on the screen, the handles to tag, and the hashtag. And then to join Wimbiz, please let's have the barcode on the screen. Sign up to become a Wimbiz member. For everyone that we have their details captured, you will keep getting emails from us on updates on our programs and initiatives on how you can be a part of it. For spending the entire day with us, and we do hope that it's been fruitful. Yes, I hope it's been fruitful and a good use of your time. We encourage you to please share your feedback across the social media handles provided. And then finally, we have our I'll catch noisemakers now. We have the evaluation form for today's program. Please, we need your feedback. Your feedback is very important on what went well, what we need to improve on, and even ideas that you would like to share with us. Someone shared a very interesting idea with me, and I'm sure I'll share with you later. Fill our feedback form. The feedback form is also what will confirm that you attended this program today. A Wimbiz mentee for the program. So your feedback is very important. We're going to give this some few minutes. You're filling the feedback form. This table is very compliant. Thank you. Filling the feedback form is your attendance. Please do ensure that you fill. On that note, I want to say thank you very much, and I hand over back to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie. So, please take pictures with your mentors, with those that you have connected with. But let's do something. I have two books that was written by a powerful woman, one of our MBA Lagos branch members. The first two people who can show me their thanks for your feedback will get this book. Who has the thanks for feedback on their phone? Can I see it? Thanks for your feedback. Have you filled the form? Can we have the barcode back up on the screen? Please project the barcode again. If you show me your thank you for your feedback, you get a book, Women in Real Estate Sector, Challenging Opportunities and the Way Forward. Very powerful book. Give to Gain, How Purpose-Driven Women Create Influence, Impact, and Prosperity Through Contribution, Clarity, and Courage. So nobody's filling the feedback form, or you don't. Have you filled it? You didn't fill it. Scan the barcode. Take pictures. Please give video testimonials, 1-minute video testimonials over there. Tell them how they... Oh, fantastic. We have one winner, and you have the privilege of choosing the one you want. Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. What's your name?
Emanuela Ukebu.
Emanuela Ukebu. Where do you work?
I just wrote my bar final, so I don't have a plate.
Oh, fantastic. All the bar. Fantastic. We have a second winner, and you're a proud winner of Women in Real Estate Sector, Challenges, Opportunities, and the Way Forward. We look forward to you being the next real estate guru. Congratulations. What's your name?
I'm Ewa Oluwafa. At Voliola Nipekuanku.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Pictures. Please don't just take pictures and put them in your phone. Please, can you post on Instagram? Are we on TikTok? On Facebook? Please tag us. Tag MBA Lagos. Tag Wimbies. Please post your pictures. By way of announcement, you know, MBA Lagos branch, we have our branch meetings every second Wednesday of the month, except something happens and it gets moved, as is the case for the month of April. It's going to hold on the 15th. Attend branch meetings. If you are not on any of the branch platforms, kindly reach out. I think the secretariat staff are at the back. Drop your name, drop your number, and you'll be added for more information. So long as you're registered. And please, by the way, today is the 25th of March. I appeal. I'm the one appealing now. After 31st of March, you will be the one that will appeal for letter of good standing. Please pay your dues. Pay your BPF. Pay your branch dues. To be eligible to practice as a legal practitioner in Nigeria, you must pay your dues on or before the 31st of March. Paying your dues on time grants you access to a lot of things. All these leadership positions that we are talking about, there is none that you can occupy without showing dues. You cannot be elected into MBA office without having paid your BPF and your branch dues. You cannot become a senior advocate of Nigeria without having paid your dues. You cannot go to the bench without having paid your dues. In fact, you cannot get your seal. There's nothing you can do other than illegal practice. The program. Other than illegal practice without paying your dues. Today is the 25th. You have 5 days more to pay your dues. Read your emails from the secretary. If you have not, please check your spam. For secretary@mbalagos.ng. Check your spam. Open it so that you'll be getting your emails. The secretary is here. If you have any challenges, you have not been receiving your emails, the branch secretary is here. Kenechukwu Zoka is engrossed in the mentoring session, benefiting from what women are benefiting.
I want to say a special thank you to the Executive Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, all the Executive Committee members here present, and those who are unavoidably absent. Thank you very much. And I want to specially appreciate the amazing women who were the part of this event for today. Please, can we take a bow? Members of the planning committee, MBA Lagos, Wimbies, please can we just take a bow and take a picture, please? Planning committee members, Chinaya Oragu, Rita, Adebimpe, Oge, Precious, Jumoke, Edie, Oge, Chi. Who else? I know you're here. Please, can we take a bow or you're not interested? Okay. Okay, they are coming. Ngozi, Alabata. Members, please come forward. Please, please, please. Rita has gone. Oh, wow. No, I think let's stay here. Let's stay here. Okay, planning committee members, Wimbies, you guys are busy. Jumoke, please can we take a bow? Yes, I think this will be better. Please, let's just take a picture. Planning committee members, please. Really quick. Please. Rita, please. She's here. Oh, the other Rita has gone. Where's that group? Please come. Please. Please, can we take a picture and can we take a bow? Planning committee members, please. Please, can you, Ife? Oh, yeah, come now. Our decorator extraordinaire. Still part of it. Please, can we give the planning committee members a round of applause? If you had fun today, if today was impactful for you, please, can you give our planning committee members a round of applause, please? Edie. Yeah, she gone? She's eating, okay. Okay, we'll excuse her. Okay, she's coming. Thank you very much, everyone who put this event together. Thank you for making it possible. Thank you for, the patience and everything. Thank you very much. I think this about... I don't know. Don't worry. There is your own. Yes, now. Which one is your own? The one you opened.